ho, ho, ho. Sip on something. Sip on a waist.
Express and bio.
And Stanley and the 10 sleepless nights.
Celebrating Christmas together. Hey, hey. Passing Savior. We're coming to you.
It's Christmas time again. Oh, what a joyous time. You feel it in the air. It's the season to be kind. We all go out shopping Oh, little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee line above thy deep and dreamlessly the silent stars go by. Yet in thy dark street shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the year are met in thee tonight. O morning stars together proclaim thy holy birth, and praises sing to God the King, and peace to men on earth. For Christ is born of Mary, and gathered all above. While mortals sleep, the angels keep their watch of wondrous love. O holy child of Bethlehem, descend to us, we pray. Cast out our sins and enter in. Be born in us today. We hear the Christmas angels, the great glad tidings tell. Oh, come to us, abide with us, our Lord Emmanuel. come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Christ the Lord.
Oh, holy night, the stars are brightly shining. It is the night of the dear Savior's birth. Long live the world in sin and error pining, till he appeared and the soul felt his worth. I will of hope, the weary soul rejoices, for yonder breaks a new and glorious morn. Fall on your knees. Oh, hail the angel voices. Oh, night divine. Oh, night when Christ was born. Oh, night when Christ was born. Truly he taught us to love one another. His law is love, and his gospel is peace. Chains shall he break, for the slave is our brother, and in his name all oppression shall cease. Sweet hymns of joy in grateful chorus rise. We let all within us praise his holy name. Christ
Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, you stand in word and beauty. Oh Christmas tree, oh Christmas tree, you stand in word and beauty. Your boughs are green in summer gold, and do not fade in winter snow. Oh Christmas tree, you stand in word and white Christmas is something I've never seen. I want my belly full of fun, and the music with the sun, and a bright, bright Christmas on green. Why should my Christmas be white? Nature made it sunny, green and bright. Why should I dream about snow? Jack Frost will ride and the mistletoe. My Christmas is cold and warm. No blizzards, no freezing storm. Santa bring me a case of rum, a sweet bread and a nice honesty drum. Don't want a white Christmas with plenty of snow. Give me a bright Christmas with Stephen and Calypso. Because a white Christmas is something I've never seen. I want my belly full of fun, plenty music with the sun, and a
Good morning. Welcome to the Legislature of the Virgin Islands. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety for Tuesday, December 12th, 2023 is hereby called to order. Compliments of the seasoning is what I would say, but compliments of the season. Before we get started this morning, just because of some of the idleness that we see in our schools and spilling into our community, I really want to applaud the efforts of one of the youth programs I've seen around in existence for quite some time, and that is the Rising Stars Steel Orchestra, its alumni, and the judicial court system. I wanted to highlight them for all that they're doing with the Rising Stars program and the former Chief Judge, the Honorable Vaughan Hodge, who is also the founder of the Steel Orchestra. And this weekend, I believe it was Sunday, they had a Christmas concert where they honored several individuals, such as the Honorable current presiding judge, Judge Watlington, Deborah Watlington, Mr. Ralph Felix, Fire and EMS Lieutenant Eldridge Miller, Wadabli De Silva, may he rest in peace, a former employee of this institution, Mr. Cliff Walters, Mr. Aben Marrero, who was also an employee of this institution and retired recently, Mr. Jolito Francis, Jean Smith, Ira Plaskett, and Brenda Hodge, the daughter of the Honorable Vaughan Hodge, who we learned is one of the chief reasons why the Rising Stars came about. I also want to thank, on behalf of a grateful community, Mr. James Gittins, who is the chief instructor of the band, and no relation that I'm aware of, and my buddy George Silcock. I know him as, what they call him, Culture Man, yes, who was the evening MC and did a remarkable job, and I just want to say thank you to all of them. And I think media will just show a short clip there, and I just want to say that it was truly a spectacular event, and Chief Judge Hodge, at the tender age of 90, media, if you can, just show that short clip for me, please. As I was saying, at his tender age of 90, is well deserving of the highest praise. The Rising Stars have become the standard bearer for steel pan here in the territory, but in all their tremendous success, what some have forgotten is that they were founded as a pretrial intervention program and a way to help keep students from dropping out of school and keeping children off the streets. Young people at risk of getting into trouble, and even those who had been in a little trouble were given the opportunity to play the steel pan with Rising Stars. Chief Judge Hodge thought the orchestra would give our youth something positive and creative to focus their talents and efforts on. And during the concert Sunday evening, what was also spectacular is some of the skits that you saw the law enforcement officers, namely the marshals, doing with individuals actually getting into mischief. There was one with stealing a car, a concerned citizen calling 911, the dispatch made, and the swift response of our law enforcement agencies and whatnot. And then even showed a court proceeding where the alternative was from going to jail or the youth rehab center was going into the Rising Stars. So participants are also asked to follow a code of conduct and must remain in school. They must complete homework before practice, maintain passing grades, stay away from alcohol and drugs, obey household rules, and respect all involved with the orchestra. As a result, there's some more than 90% graduation rate among band members, and many receive scholarships through the Rising Stars to continue their educations. Parents, we don't have a lot here in the territory, but we do have programs like the Rising Stars still around. 40 plus years, I think they said 42 years in St. Thomas and over 20 years on St. Croix, and I think it's 25 in actuality on St. Croix. And I just want to urge you to get your children involved in positive activities and keep them engaged. We have the Virgin Islands Police Department here with us. They too still continue to have the Police Athletic League program. And again, there are outlets for our children, and let's just take advantage of it. So today, I joined the orchestra and the community in saluting Chief Judge Hodge for his vision and dedication to the Rising Stars Steel Orchestra. So moving right along, our point of personal privilege before I conclude. Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, thank you for bringing up that point. I also had the opportunity to attend the Rising Stars concert this past Sunday, and I must say that it was an unforgettable evening of music and a tribute, of course, honoring the legend and the legacy of Vaughn Hodge and his foresight that he had in utilizing music to help our youth to stay on the right path. I believe this program will have much longevity and save many young lives moving forward into the future. And during this point of personal privilege, I also want to commend the Virgin Islands Police Department, Officer Shante Hernandez, who jumped into the water, who attempted to save a 72-year-old man at the Anne E. Abramson Marine Facility over a week ago. I know that the individual passed away, but
regarding safety and security issues surrounding the upcoming Crucian Christmas Festival. And while I state what the discussion will be, we will try to tailor this discussion strictly to the upcoming Christmas festivities and the safety and security aspects. In the second block, we will consider two bills proposed by colleagues. So we are looking forward to a productive discussion here today, both on the festival and the proposed pieces of legislation before us today. So without further ado, Madam Clerk, can I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr. present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr. present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Here.
Senator Johnson present. Senator Kenneth Elgins.
Here.
Senator Gittins present. Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you. We have established a quorum. Also, let me recognize the esteemed presence of our Senate President, the Honorable Novalee Francis Jr. Welcome. Thank you. And before I go on to correspondence, let me correct myself. When we were talking about the Rising Stars Steel Orchestra, I think I said Brenda Hodge rather than Bridget Hodge. And I don't want my neck to get ring off. So yes, it's Bridget. So again, thank you, Bridget, for being down in Bambushi. So your father could go find you and the Rising Stars came about. But I encourage you to look at the recording. when it's available, and you'll be truly enlightened. Having established a quorum, any correspondence to be read into the record, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You may state by whom and proceed.
We have correspondence from the Honorable Senator Ray Fonseca, dated December 12, 2023. Dear Chairman Gittens, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my absence from today's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Room. As such, kindly have all circulated documents sent to my office for review upon my return. Thank you for your consideration on this matter. Cordially, Senator Ray Fonseca, Vice Chairman, Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. We also have correspondence from the Honorable Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, dated December 11th, 2023. Dear Chairperson Gittens, please be advised that I will be late attending the meeting of the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, set for Tuesday, December 17th at the Frits E. Lawaetz Conference Room due to a previously scheduled engagement. Further, I'll be attending virtually once my event is concluded. Thank you in advance for your understanding in this matter. Sincerely, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Minority Leader. That concludes the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Please mark Senator Fonseca, the Vice Chair, as excused. And as we proceed, I already received notice from Senator DeGraff that he'll be here shortly after he leaves a funeral. Condolences to family and loved ones. Madam Clerk, please read Block 1 into the record, or you may proceed with both. Read both blocks into the record.
Agenda dated December 4th, 2023. Scheduled here in 10 a.m., Tuesday, December 12th, 2023. Please be advised that the 35th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety has scheduled a legislative committee hearing for 10 a.m. Tuesday, December 12th in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Hall on St. Croix.
Madam Clerk, in the essence of time, you could just go to the block.
Okay.
Yeah, Block 1 and 2. Thanks.
Okay, Block 1, 10 a.m. Crucian Christmas Festival Safety and Security Update. This update intends to provide an overview of safety and security efforts ahead of this year's Crucian Christmas Festival events. Information provided will relate to security, parking restrictions, and accommodations, and other related matters. Invited testifiers, Honorable Ray Martinez, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Police Department, Honorable Derek Gabriel, Commissioner of Department of Public Works, Mr. Ian Turnbull, Director of the Department of Tourism Festivals. Block 2, set for 1 p.m., Bill 350178, an act amending Title V, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 314, to add a Section 3732A to allow for the automatic expungement of arrest records upon finding that the arrest lacked probable cause, and amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 33, Section 881G, Item 9, relating to public records to designate expunged criminal records as confidential records, sponsored by Senator Javon E. James Sr. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Ariel Smith, Attorney General, the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Attorney Julie Smith Todman, Interim Chief, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, Attorney Dwyer Arce, President, Virgin Islands Bar Association, Attorney Casey Payton, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Justice Initiative, Attorney Russell B. Pate, Managing Partner of the Pate Law Firm. Secondly will be Bill 350179, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 61, relating to gambling violations, and Title 32 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, relating to the Virgin Islands Lottery Commission to strengthen the enforcement tools against illegal gambling and lottery, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart and Angel L. Boques Jr. Invited testifiers, the Honorable Raymond Williams, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Lottery, Honorable Ariel Smith, Attorney General, Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Attorney Julie Smith-Todman, Interim Chief, Office of the Territorial Public Defender, Attorney Dwyer Arce, President, Virgin Islands Bar Association. That concludes the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I don't think we have anyone else online at this time besides Senator Johnson, and he was able to answer the roll call, so we know that his audio is working. If there is anyone else online, you can let me know. But at this time, I will ask from my right to your left to introduce yourself by name, title, and department that you're representing, please, starting with you.
Good morning, Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism.
Deputy Commissioner, thank you, welcome.
Good morning, Senator. Sean Santos, Senior, Virgin Islands Police Department, Chief of Police.
Welcome.
Good morning, Ray A. Martinez, Police Commissioner.
Welcome.
Good morning, Sidney Olsko, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department.
One more time, just in case.
Sidney Olsko, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Thank you, welcome.
Morning, Dotson K. James, Deputy Commissioner, Operations, Public Works, St. Croix.
Deputy Commissioner,
Operations, Public Works, St. Croix.
welcome. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here and representing your agencies. Now we will proceed to the testimony, and I believe we should begin with Division of Tourism, and then we will move to Public Works, and then the Virgin Islands Police Department. All right, Deputy Commissioner Haynes, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, distinguished senators of the 35th Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen in the chamber, members of the media, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner at the United States Virgin Islands Department of Tourism. On behalf of Commissioner of Tourism, the Honorable Joseph Bosholti, thank you for the opportunity to testify before the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety to provide an update on the safety procedures for the 2023-2024 Crucian Christmas Festival, scheduled for December 26, 2023 to January 6, 2024. As we approach the 71st iteration of our beloved Crucian Christmas Festival, we are constantly reminded of the purpose behind the actions. Established to create a sense of community and camaraderie while honoring our rich and vibrant culture, Crucian Christmas Festival has grown into an annual celebration which allows locals and visitors alike to peacefully revel in commemoration of our Caribbean roots. The festival's significance has grown beyond simply a local gathering, and as we continue to elevate the supplementary events surrounding the Crucian Christmas Festival, it has also become an opportunity to showcase local artists and provide them with a platform to highlight their talent to the world. This growth in return contributes to increased tourism and significant contributions to the economic base of the Virgin Islands community. As we aim to continuously elevate and compete with other destinations in the region, we rely heavily on strategic marketing efforts that have spawned successful results as exhibited by the many sold-out hotel rooms and rental cars for the festival's main week. The media strategy, which is centered around the St. Croix, a vibe like no other promotion, includes a regular dispersal of information to local and international media to include radio, print, and digital, social media ad placement, off-island billboards, and digital advertising in key markets. This year's free Festival Village concerts provide an anchor for the festival season, where we welcome in international stars like Davido, Caribbean stars like Desha and Patrice Roberts, and homegrown stars who have taken the world by storm, like Adamo, for 7 nights of dancing and excitement. Today, we're excited to share the strategic interagency plan as we have curated over the last 9 months that will lead to a safe, accessible, and fun-filled festival for everyone to experience. The United States Virgin Islands Division of Festival has hosted weekly agency meetings with the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Department of Public Works, VITEMA, VINGN, and the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority starting from July 2023. U.S. VI Division of Festivals has worked in tandem with the VIPD and VITEMA on a daily security strategy to ensure safety for the community at the various events. Festival meetings have detailed plans for parking, parade and juve strategy, and runner show details for all supporting agencies. Festivals' weekly meetings have provided an opportunity for all assisting agencies to give their input into the execution of a safe, accessible, and fun-filled festival. Some numbers for the various festival stakeholders are as follows: 29 registered booths, 19 registered food fair applicants. Please note that this number does not include the number of vendors who will be on hand with the cruise ship that is scheduled to be in Frederiksted on that day, 8 registered adult parade troops, 4 registered children parade troops. The Virgin Islands Police Department has facilitated the registration of spaces on the parade and juve routes and can best speak to those numbers. U.S. VI Division of Festivals will create a schematic map drawn up of the village that will showcase a location of public bathrooms, booths to include names and numbers, all entry and exit points, and designated parking locations. This map will be promoted on our festival social media pages, website, and with media partners. The U.S. VI Division of Festivals will also create a map of the parade route to be disseminated to troop leaders across festival social media pages, website, and with other media partners. In summary, the Department of Tourism and the Division of Festivals is committed to continuously spotlighting the territory while ensuring we stay true to our cultural essence, making us a top destination in the Caribbean for authentic experiences. Senators, our team has done the work necessary to leave an indelible mark on all who experience our shores during festival season. Our collaboration with other agencies, to include the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Department of Public Works, VITEMA, VINGN, and the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority, is a testament to great interagency partnership, which will be evident during this year's festival. In closing, the Department of Tourism's Division of Festivals remains dedicated to collaborating with other agency partners to ensure the safety of all who attend the Crucian Christmas Festival and surrounding events. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony. Our team looks forward to your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Before we move to Public Works, I just wanted to make sure I have the numbers right. And the second page where you were listing the booths, registered food fair applicants, etc. You said it was 29?
Yes, 29 registered booths.
What
and then we have 2 mobile food vendors that are going to come in.
And the registered adult parade troops, you stated was what number?
Right now, 8 for the adults parade and 4 for the children's parade.
Okay, so I guess you went up 1 in each.
Correct, overnight.
Since you, but okay, we'll get to the question and after. Deputy Commissioner, Public Works, you recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Kenneth L. Giddens, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Committee members, all other senators in attendance today, all those seated in the Senate chambers, as well as those in the listening and viewing audience. My name is Dotson James. I'm the St. Croix Deputy Commissioner of Operations at the Virgin Islands Department of Public Works. Thank you for the opportunity to provide.
Deputy, I'm going to ask you to take your time because the stenographer is remote as well, and I just want I want your words to be clear.
No problem, sir. No problem. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the status of DPW's operational plans and collaborative efforts ahead of this year's Crucian Christmas Festival. DPW started meeting with festival committee members, the Virgin Islands Police Department, and the Virgin Islands Waste Management Authority earlier this year to prepare for the upcoming festival. In those meetings, we were able to outline our different areas of responsibility. The Department of Public Works' first responsibility was preparing the grounds for the parking lot, village booths, and rides. Those tasks began in the middle of November, just before our Thanksgiving break. We started using heavy equipment, i.e. sweepers, skid steers, backhoes, to clear the grounds. We have also cleared the gut between the festival village and continue to clear, and the festival rides to the limit allowed by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. In addition, we are working with our roadside contractors to maintain our roadsides, specifically in the highly trafficked areas during the season, and patch roads where possible. We will cut low-hanging branches and other vegetative obstructions in the main town of Frederiksted to allow for better lighting and security. The department will also work with VIPD to block off parking where they see fit. We are working with the private citizen who has made some of their land available in the past to provide additional parking for village attendees. Special thanks to the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation for their assistance with cutting of the parking lot at the Party Joseph parking area. Lastly, DPW is responsible for constructing 3 viewing stands: the governor's stands, the legislative stand, and the senior citizen stand. It should also be stated that the department does not receive any additional funding to cover the cost of preparing for the Christmas festival, the St. Thomas Carnival, or the St. John celebration. Whether it's overtime or material costs, they come from our normal operating costs. This is an immense cost that the department incurs for preparing for these events, and it is never budgeted for. We have made requests in the past for additional funds to be included in our budget specifically for this, but our requests were denied. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner James. Now we'll move to the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Good morning, Honorable Kenneth L. Gittins, Chairperson of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. Committee members, members of the 35th Legislature, legislative staff, members of my executive team here in attendance with me, and to the listening and viewing audience. I am Ray A. Martinez, Police Commissioner, alongside my Assistant Police Commissioner, Sidney Elsko, and my St. Croix Chief of Police, Sean Santos Sr. We are here this morning to provide an overview of the department's preparations for the upcoming Crucian Christmas Festival. Our preparations underscore our shared commitment to ensuring the safety and security of our community during this significant event. The Crucian Christmas Festival, a jewel in the crown of the United States Virgin Islands, is more than just a celebration. It is a vibrant expression of our rich cultural heritage and a significant contributor to our local economy, attracting tourists from around the world. The festival's history is deeply interwoven with the story of our islands, showcasing our unique traditions and the spirit of our people. We are also honored once again to host the President of the United States, an event that not only elevates the island's and festival's stature, but also highlights our capacity to manage high-profile events with utmost efficiency and security. While the safety of the President and all our guests is a partnered effort involving our federal and local counterparts, the VIPD plays a pivotal role in ensuring that every citizen and visitor enjoys a safe and protected festival environment. It is imperative to note that the specifics of our operational plans are sensitive and must remain confidential to ensure their effectiveness. However, I can assure this committee that our strategies are comprehensive, innovative, and tailored to address the unique challenges of such a large-scale and high-profile event. At the forefront of our operational plan is the deployment of the VIPD's mobile command station, a state-of-the-art hub that once mobilized, connects and serves as our on-site communications center. This advanced setup allows for instantaneous response and access to real-time surveillance of the festival village and immediate areas. Dispatch capabilities and comprehensive communication channels. For the duration of the Crucian Christmas Festival, we will be deploying temporary cameras, utilizing our drone resources, and various forms of digital equipment, enhancing our surveillance capabilities, and ensuring a wide coverage of the Frederiksted downtown area with foot and vehicular patrols. The synergy between the mobile command and the off-site camera center is crucial, as they operate both independently and in tandem, providing redundant systems that ensure uninterrupted monitoring and rapid response to any situation. Reflecting on last year's events, our proactive approach and technological advancements led to several significant successes. Notable among these were the arrests of individuals in the possession of illegal firearms. These interventions, made possible by our vigilant officers and advanced surveillance, prevented potential escalations and maintained the overall peace of the festival. Our strategy of blending boots on the ground with digital surveillance has proven to be effective, enabling us to intervene promptly in altercations and to maintain a safe environment for all attendees. The success of our operation hinges on the unwavering dedication and expertise of our VIPD officers. Their commitment to public safety, especially during such large-scale events, is highly commendable. Our officers undergo diverse types of recurrent training, ensuring they are all equipped to manage the complexities and challenges of event security. The diligence and professionalism displayed by our team are a testament to their commitment to safeguarding our community and upholding the law. As we prepare for this year's festival, I have utmost confidence in their abilities to effectively execute our plans, thereby increasing overall efficiency that will ensure a safe and enjoyable experience for everyone involved. Looking ahead, the Virgin Islands Police Department remains committed to continuous improvement and innovation in our security strategies. We are committed to exploring and implementing modern technologies and methodologies that enhance our capabilities to further public safety. This commitment extends beyond the Crucian Christmas Festival, as we endeavor to maintain a high standard of security and peace in our community throughout the year. We pledge to keep engaging with our community, stakeholders, and federal partners to foster a collaborative approach towards a safer and more secure environment for all. In conclusion, I wish to reiterate the Virgin Islands Police Department's unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of our community. The Crucian Christmas Festival is not just an event. It is a celebration of our culture, unity, and spirit. VIPD personnel take immense pride in their roles in ensuring its success. Together, we look forward to a successful and memorable Crucian Christmas Festival. I would be remiss if I did not take the opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks and appreciation to VIPD's police officers and supervisors for their dedication and steadfast commitment to policing our community, not only during festival or carnival, but throughout the year. Through your efforts, everyone can enjoy safe and joyous occasions. Thank you. My team and I are available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Thank you all for your testimony. We heard from the Department of Tourism's Division of Festivals, the Department of Public Works, through the Deputy Commissioner of Operations, and the Virgin Islands Police Department. Before I go to opening this round, there's one more correspondence that needs to be read into the record. Madam Clerk, you're recognized to read that correspondence, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have correspondence from the Honorable Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, dated December 12th, 2023. Greetings, Senator Gittens. Please note for the records, due to a previously scheduled appointment, I will be tardy to the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, scheduled for 10 a.m. on Tuesday, December 12, 2023, in the Frits E. Lawaetz Hall on St. Croix. I will arrive as soon as possible to the legislature chambers on St. Thomas. Thank you for understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. The appropriate time, she'll be recognized. We'll take a quick 2-minute recess before we commence this block. 2 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, 10 sleepless nights. I'd like to wish all our families, fans, friends, and our beloved senior citizens a happy new year. Hoping and wishing that this new year will bring you good health, peace, and love for your fellow man. Once again, happy new year from the 10 sleepless nights, and may God bless you all.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, December 12, 2023 is back on record. 1212, good number. We'll start with the round of questions for this block. We'll do a 5-minute round, starting with Senator Bolkes. Before we move to Senator Bolkes, followed by Senator Javon James, let me just make clear, Division of Festivals, it's 12 days of festival we're looking at here, correct?
Correct.
December 26th to January 6th.
Yes, Senator.
That's the end of the parade. That's the parade Saturday?
Yes, sir.
And then the numbers with those entries look a little short. They're usually late in coming forward, correct?
Correct. The deadline for the application is this Friday.
Okay. So you believe you'll get approximately what?
Well, last year we had 22 registered entries in the adults parade. We've been reaching out to the entries directly to have them registered, so we're pushing for the same numbers.
Okay. And, like when you're doing this, we're doing it on an annual time. We need to get, especially those that we know usually enter and those that's thinking about entering, we need to let them get notice ahead of time so that we could properly plan, because it's not just about having a good time going down the road, but it's about making sure that the enforcement agencies and other agencies are able to plan accordingly for the number of revelers coming down. And Public Works, you did stated that you had some clearing of the gut and preparation of the grounds and whatnot within the limitations of DPNR. What type of limitations you had?
Morning again, Senator Giddens. Dotson Jane, Deputy Commissioner. As far as cleaning the guts, you can only cut back but so much mangrove. We just want to make sure that the water is flowing freely, because between the gut and the guts between the festival village and the Coney Island. And when it rains, the gut has a tendency to rise and water floods the parking lot. So we just want to make sure that the water continues. And we're also going to open up the gut on the western side, that's closer to the fort, so that the water flows out. But of course, during high tide, when the high tide comes up, the water it has nowhere to go, so it backs up again. So we're just doing our best working with DPNR.
Excellent. But what about the clearing of the land to the east behind the Festival Village and the Coney Island? The fact that we know we have limited parking with all the road work that's going on, and the long-lasting rebuild of the Polly Joseph Stadium. We know that road in the back we can no longer traverse, which is causing a little traffic jam in Frederick said. But what about the parking? Have we been able to clear the green area in the back for additional parking?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we just finished last week with the assistance of Sports Parks and Recreation. We were able to cut from the parking area that's on the southern side of Polly Joseph all the way down as you go towards the old Terrence Martin Ballpark. So that's been completely cut right now. We're going to go back in again and recut it because we want to make sure that it's a safe parking area for folks.
Right.
Last year we found a couple of snakes and whatnot in that area. So
you're in my head, eh?
I didn't know you were thinking that.
I was really nervous for people parking there and whatnot and those things coming out. But I'm specifically speaking to the eastern side, though. Will there be any clearing of the eastern side for parking?
No, Senator, because there's a busted pipe that has created a situation with some water running. That's been taken care of by Waste Management and the GEC contractors. That other side you're talking about, which is to the northern side of Stockton St. Patrick's area.
Yes.
No, that parking area would not be accessible for parking this year. It wasn't accessible last year. It's not going to be accessible again this year.
Right. I know. And I was very disappointed because when we did the walkthrough initially, they said that they were going to get that area cut, and then it wasn't. So that's why I wanted to be clear this time that it's not going to be cut.
That area, no, we have not ventured in there.
And lastly, that same area, so coming out of the parking lot there that you have cleared thus far, you wouldn't be able to exit out there to go up and what street is that? Prince. Is that
that's
Prince Street?
Yeah, you can come out. You can come out of that.
You'll be able to come out of that parking lot. So if I enter into the parking lot from on King Street, in front of the Bansanda, in front of the beach,
Right.
and going there, I can go straight out and around the back of the festivities and go up on Prince.
That's how it's been cleared. Yes. There were some bottlenecks last year. I understand, but I guess that may be something that DPW, not DPW, the Virgin Islands Police Department would take care of. But that road was open last year,
Okay,
and it's going to be opened up again this year.
I'll definitely take a look at that. But thank you for that. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your 5 minutes, followed by Senator Javon James, and then Senator Franklin Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience. And good morning to our testifying panel here this morning. I want to start off by saying, Mr. Chair and colleagues, when an emissary is sent on a diplomatic mission or representing the king or his superior, you shouldn't shoot the emissary. But this has nothing specifically to do with you, Mr. Haynes, because this verbal arrow is pointed at the Division of Festivals today from me. A month ago, I tried to have a hearing to include the Department of Tourism concerning a comprehensive discussion around our culture and the cultural events that take place during our festivities, and have a discussion surrounding the cultural heritage component that a lot of stakeholders in that area believe is missing from the Division of Festivals. We had a very lengthy amount of testifiers, but unfortunately the department did not show up, and I'm hoping that in the future you will show up for that discussion, as I believe it's a very important one. Now, concerning the past Crucian Christmas organization that took place, I feel that the department needs to collaborate with these organizations. For instance, when they had their Christmas tree lighting, they could have used some augmenting from the Department of Tourism. There were no tents out there, people got rained on and so forth. So my point is that I would like to see more collaboration with those cultural organizations moving forward, please. Now, concerning security, I would have liked to see the department, Fire EMS here today to discuss what would be the medical emergency services component of this discussion. And perhaps, Mr. Haynes, you could probably fill us in, being that they're not here. What sort of integration have you discussed or have currently with Fire EMS concerning the festival layout? How many stations will you have? What is the plan? How many paramedics will you have at any given point, perhaps like in the festival village?
Good morning again, Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. At this present time, I can't give a confirmed number of the amount of paramedics that would be on hand. However, what the Division of Festivals have done presently and in the past is we have provided space for paramedics. Department of Health will have a station, as they always do, by the stage. And then with less booths in the festival village this year, the entry and exit point at the end of the village, which would be the north side, that is more accessible for them. And then as it relates to the parades and the Juve, we've been working with the Virgin Islands Police Department and having conversations to make sure that a space is slated for them.
Okay, and you usually have, you said entrance and exit, so you usually have about 2 in the festival village?
In the festival village, there's actually 3.
Okay, because we know sometimes it gets crowded, people get hot, they faint for some reason, and of course, we want to make sure that we have all the available employees to assist them in that endeavor. Concerning, I want to move over to VIPD really quickly. In the event of an emergency commissioner or a security breach, what immediate response measures do you have in place in the sense of trying to quickly diffuse the situation? And I'm talking about specifically in the village. Not that I'm assuming there's going to be some outbreak. I know you mentioned in your testimony there's going to be cameras and other surveillance equipment that you're going to deploy. But what exactly is your plan of action in the sense of that?
Well, first of all, Senator White, it's a good question. There's nothing that we can offer today to highlight what our plan of action is. If something breaks out in the village, of course, we have the requisite amount of officers stationed in and around the festival village and all activities on a daily basis, on a nightly basis. And based on the situation that occurs, our deployment is simply based to de-escalate first, and then, of course, to move the individuals out as quickly as possible. And moreover, if it includes effectuating arrest, then we effectuate the arrest.
Okay, thank you for that answer, Commissioner. I know by Virgin Islands Code, you have the power to require other post or law enforcement officers throughout different agencies to assist you. Is that something you've already begun doing already, or is that something that you wait until closer to the time?
No, Senator. We've already reached out to our partners, both the VIPD and our offshoot, the Governor's Security, Executive Security Unit, as well. We've already had the conversations with our partner agencies to include the assistance, let's say, that we're hoping to get from our federal partners as well. And, so we believe we can always use more personnel, but based on what Chief Santos and his team have put together, and we're confident that we'll be able to safeguard that area, as well as the Virgin Islands National Guard has already, through General Knox Lanebacher, they've already stepped forward as well, and we will have additional resources from our guardsmen.
Okay, excellent. Sounds like all the pieces are coming together. And if I may, Mr. Chair, really quickly wrap up.
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there any additional requisite training that you need to conduct prior to the opening of the festival? Is that something that you do regularly?
Our officers are trained annually or biannually. Semi-annually on their part of their recurrent training is, in fact, their de-escalation. And most of our folks, as a matter of fact, our training just concluded several weeks ago. And again, we believe that our folks are highly trained and ready to safeguard all of the individuals that will be participating and reveling.
Okay, thank you so much for your responses, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for having this very important meeting today to discuss the safety during our festival. Thank you.
Senator Gittens, if I may, I'd like to clarify a point brought up by the Senator.
You may. First, let me thank you, Senator Bulkers, for your line of questioning. Chief Santos, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. In regards to your question regarding EMS, those plans are implemented within our operations plans as well. Within those operations plans, we always make way for EMS to have a vehicle parked in a strategic area to include their smaller vehicle that maneuvers within a crowded area. So if any situations occur, they were able to retrieve that individual, place them on that smaller vehicle, about the size of a golf cart, and then they would then take that individual to their larger vehicle, and from there they'll make their assessment whether to have that person brought to the hospital or so forth. And then we also have the fire department that's relatively close right down the road.
Thank you for that input, Chief Santos. Next up, Senator Javon James, you're recognized, followed by Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your 5 minutes, Senator James.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Happy holidays. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. As far as security at the Party Joseph Stadium between Mr. Shamari Haynes or VIPD, will that be secured during the festival activities to prevent children or any individuals from wandering over there?
I'll direct that question to the Department of Department of Public Works. The Division of Festivals, we're responsible for the security in the festival village. Anything outside the festival village would be either Public Works if they do decide to hire security, or the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Thank you. Public Works.
Morning, Senator James. As far as the area, to secure the area, we're going to do this. We did the same thing this year we did last year, cordon off the area, blocked it off with barricades, whether it's concrete or some certain pipes. But that's what we did last year. It worked last year. We're hoping it works again this year.
Just want to make sure we're covering our bases. And during my first term, I brought forward legislation for underage drinking. Between VIPD and Mr. Haynes can speak about the rules and making sure that you have these boot owners know exactly what are the policies to reduce. Of course, you can't stop it, but to reduce and minimize underage drinking?
Well, again, Senator, from a VIPD perspective, we work in tandem with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, who has the individuals that go out and speak with the boat owners, keeping them in line with what the rules for underage drinking or laws are regarding drinking, the drinking age. And we again will continue to work alongside with that department.
I just want to make sure if you see somebody that looks like a minor, know for sure, take that drink away from them. One thing I hate to see is minors intoxicated in a public environment. It shouldn't be happening. Mr. Haynes.
Senator Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. We also asked for a DLCA to place signage at all of the booths. Over in St. John, DLCA actually had some underage ploys, I guess, if to say the least, who went to the different booths to make sure that they weren't serving alcohol to minors. Any minors or any booth owners who were handed or caught selling drinks to underage minors, they were handled by DLCA.
And Mr. Haynes, I know this is a DSPR question, but I just want to make sure, we have a lot of seniors who participate in the adult parades and the children parade activities. As far as the bathroom right across in the Parley Georgia Stadium, that will be fully accessible during the festive activities?
Can you clarify? The bathroom on the beach? Yes, that's going to be open.
Just want to make sure for the safety of our elders, seniors, and toddlers who may need that privacy instead of indecent exposure, and how this community does sometimes. I'm confident that VIPD will do their part. You have the camera systems. Hopefully at a later time, the department can receive some more funding to increase the camera systems. I just hope and pray that you have your overtime schedule down packed and making sure that individuals are actually working and not abusing it. And my last thing though, I know we're focusing on the festival, but during the festival, we have promoters who do events as well, which will compete at times with the village, to make sure that we have some level of coordination. Are we reaching out to or forming relationships with clubs who are willing to work with VIPD when they have these big events? Like one of those big events will be Valiant is coming to St. Croix. He's a big dancehall artist, so you're going to expect a lot of people to be there. Are we working with promoters to make sure that after these events, there's some level of police presence to the big ones, not every single one, but the big major ones, where there'll be a huge turnout?
1 minute.
Well, Senator, we once the promoters come in and advise us that they're having these events, or when our social media unit comes in contact with the flyers and we're made aware, we do go out and ensure that we communicate with these promoters. Moreover,
but what is that process like?
What the process is like in a nutshell is that once the promoter comes in to obtain the permit for the promotion, a part of the permitting process is that the promoter or the establishment must also provide us with a security plan as to how many individuals they anticipate having at the venue, and based on that plan, VIPD and tells us how much security they believe they will have or they intend to have, and then we make the final decision as to whether or not their security force is large enough and that whether or not the permit would be provided.
Time.
I would just close by saying that it hurts my heart to see the mass incarceration of our black men and women in the Virgin Islands, but we have a job to do as far as upholding the law, and I'm hoping and praying that the hardworking men and women in blue continue to do their part, and that these people behave themselves during the Crucian Christmas Festival. With that, may God bless these Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, and that's key for people to just behave themselves and just enjoy the festivities. But piggybacking off of something that the Senator just asked, the Deputy Commissioner Haynes, the restroom facilities, how many restroom facilities you intend to bring down in the area, and where would they be located?
In the Festival Village, we're going to have one main unit, which we used last year. That's going to be at the south side of the Festival Village at the corner by the Waste Management pump house. And then we'll be bringing in another unit that will be fenced in backstage, specific for law enforcement, as well as our staff and entertainers.
And that one restroom facility seems sufficient for the amount of people that traverse this area? I mean, we'll never have sufficient, but I mean, is one sufficient?
I personally don't think so, but considering the resources that we have, that is the best we can do at this time. I personally also think it's an upgrade from the portable restrooms that were used in the past.
And so with the resources, Waste Management can assist with this in bringing in at least an additional restroom?
As far as I'm aware, Waste Management don't have a restroom like or similar to the one that we rent or that we utilize in the Festival Village. There's only 2 on island similar to that style. Everything else would be portable restrooms.
So we need to have that conversation with them to possibly invest in one or be able to assist you in securing a secondary one.
Yes, Senator.
All right, thank you. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes, followed by Senate President Francis.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Brother Shamari, I respect you wholeheartedly. And I know that there are some other players that make more decisions.
Senator, if you could hear me, can you come closer to your mic because you're sounding a little muffled.
Is that any better?
Yeah, a little louder, yes.
Again, I say good morning to all, and I said, I hope my time start back, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shamari, I respect you wholeheartedly. I've been to a couple of the meetings, and many times there are other players that makes more decision than you do. And I sure hope that these players could start coming to these very important meetings when it comes to festival. And I heard your comments about situation that took place in St. John, and I sure hope that we can replicate it when it comes to someone going to the booth and checking to make sure that these young individuals are not going and purchasing alcohol. So I really don't have a question for you. But I want to ask Mr. Dotson James, and I want to follow up on the question that the chair asked about that parking lot in the back, which would be to the north of St. Patrick School to the east of Polly Joseph Stadium. And you indicated that there was a leak and the leak was fixed. So if we have done that, why are we not trying to bring that parking lot up to par? Because parking is going to be a big issue here. Why are we not going ahead and preparing that massive parking area so that folks could have adequate parking space?
Morning, Senator Johnson, Dotson James, Deputy Commissioner Operations, Public Works. It's not that it was just fixed, Commissioner. That's still an active construction site. So that's the reason why the parking lot is still closed.
Excuse me, I
And
think
it's
you
not a
said
parking
that
lot.
there was a leak.
Yeah, there was a leak.
There was a leak and Waste Management fixed the leak.
But it wasn't
So
a waste.
the parking lot to the very east, no construction is going on in that.
Okay, Senator. It is still not a parking area. It is an active construction site. That's the reason why it's still closed. It was not used last year, and it's not going to be used again this year.
So you're saying to me that that parking lot to the very east is a part of the construction site right now?
You went to the east, and it is very difficult to get to, Senator.
Well, if I'm right, the parking lot that's right adjacent to the gut, there's normally a pathway from there straight over into that parking lot. And if that road that goes up there straight, Prince Street Road that comes over that bridge to the which would be coming from St. Patrick's School, if that bridge is accessible, then you could use that same bridge to go to that parking area. I'll take a pass down there today because I really think that it's something that we need to utilize to have adequate parking.
Maybe
Thank you very much.
Maybe we can take a look at it. Maybe we can take a look at it. But I think that we need to involve maybe VIPD to also assist with that. That is not a very good area. There's no lighting. There's nothing over there, Senator. It's very dark, as you know, in the town of Frederick State.
What have been done in the past? We have brought in WAPA. We have put in 2-3 poles inside there. we have run currently. I've been very active in festival, and I still is as far as going to these meetings and having these discussions. So it's just a matter of us putting the resources, getting WAPA involved, run 3 poles in that parking area, and jump the light straight across. They have happened in the past. So I'll offline we'll have a conversation and see if we can make that happen. I'd appreciate that. Again, my questions now go to Commissioner, and I'm going to start off being very frank. I say to Commissioner Martinez, I'm very disappointed thus far in your performance, and I don't duck bullets, I don't hide, I don't afraid to say what I have to say. I'm very disappointed. I want to ask you this question. Has there been a budget established for overtime festival?
Mr. Chairman, until such time that your colleague apologizes to my officers for calling them cowards, I, nor my executive team, nor anybody that I sent to represent the VIPD while I'm here under this tenure will be responding to anything, whether verbal or written, from your colleague.
And Mr. Chair, that's why when I say subpoena them, we should have subpoenaed them. He should never be in front of us without a subpoena. We started off wrong, and as long as we continue letting people like this, who were beggars begging for support, could come in front of us to be disrespectful, I have a right to call you, Commissioner Martinez, a coward.
30 seconds.
And there's no apology, none from me, none whatsoever. I didn't come to you, you came to me begging.
Don't
remember that.
Don't ever lie on me. Do not ever
point of
lie
order.
on me.
Point of order. And the senator's time has expired.
Time.
Thank you. I'm a recess for 2 minutes. Recess.
Joke with these people here, my son.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for December 12, 2023 is back on record. Next up, Senate President
Point of
Novalee Francis
information.
Jr. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Point of information.
Yes, you're recognized, Senate President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to everyone, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you all for your testimony today, and I know that this is an extreme busy time of the season, and I, again, commend each of you for your endeavor and your scope of responsibility to continue to provide a level of service to this community, as well as to keep us all safe, during this festive time. A lot of time we always have to be mindful of our law enforcement officers that, while everyone seems to be partying and enjoying themselves, that these officers have to be there steadfast and committed to do the hard work and heavy lift that's required during this season. So I really want to commend the officers and hopefully, pray that they're able to take some downtime somewhere along with the festival season to make sure that they're able to enjoy some of it, as well as to be a part, be able to be with their family during this festival season. Mr. Shamari Haynes, I know that you spoke about several weekly meetings that was held with all of the stakeholders in regards for preparation of the festival plan. Can you speak to the level of engagement? Were you able to utilize previous after action plan to then determine how do you proceed on a path forward for this year's festival?
Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. On our interagency meetings, weekly, we allowed each different agency to share their plan of action. Last year, whatever did not work, we had them bring back to the table, and we made provisions to make sure that whatever requests were made, we fulfill as best as we could.
Very well, thank you for that. And I want to put on the record that I fully support our local musicians and entertainers during this festival season. Yes, we could bring in the off-island individuals as well, but we want to make sure that we're taking care of our locals, entertainers and festival goers, to make sure that, again, that they're equally compensated. At some point, they're paid timely, and they're part of this whole plan. We utilize them all year long, and we can't leave them out of the discussion now that it's festival. So I have a commitment from you on that. Do I have a commitment from you on that?
Yes, you do, Senator.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Public Works, real quickly, in regards to the preparation, and I know that we mentioned about the site preparation and the immediate areas, but I'm equally concerned about individuals traversing back and forth, between the island to get to these festive areas. In particular, we're talking about the roadways and the lighting conditions on Melvin Evans, as well as the Centerline Queen Mary Highway. How are we working to remedy and rectify that?
Well, I'll leave that one up to the commissioner to respond. I'll get back to you on that, Senator Dotson James, Deputy Commissioner. But there are lightings that have started from the Hannah's Rest area heading east. Albeit it may not be moving as fast as we like, but it is moving. As far as the roads are concerned, we've been working on the roads. You talking about the grass cutting and stuff like that?
Yeah, just talk about the natural aesthetics, the beautification, as well as the lighting more than anything else. We want to make sure that the road conditions as well as the lighting, could protect our citizenry that's traveling back and forth from the festival area.
Well, I'll speak more on the roads and roadside, the contractors that we have working. We're moving as fast as we can to get the roads cut back, because we don't want the roads. If you drive across St. Croix, some of the roads are closing in. We're opening the roads as much as we can. We were going to begin the project from Hannah's Rest, Queen Mary Highway by Concordia, heading towards Hannah's Rest area and LaGrange area, making sure that those roads are open up and comfortable for the motoring public. But more importantly, that's the same route that has been taken by the big trucks that service the troops. And we're going to make sure that that road, so that there's no hanging branches, there's nothing that's going to obstruct the movement of those vehicles back and forth.
Very well. As well as at the site, how are we providing some graveling or whatever that will be required in those muddy areas? I know during the last, at the the festival site, at the village area, the surrounding areas, are we providing those parking areas some graveling or some security? I mean, we have had some heavy rains, and I would imagine that they will continue during the Christmas season. Are we providing some graveling and protection to offset the road conditions and the parking conditions in those areas?
For the last 3 weeks, we've been working in the parking lot area. We had to make sure we scraped up all the area. We had like 3 piles of big dirt. That parking lot in and of itself is composed of 3 different types of it's like 1/3 is paving, another third is paving and dirt, another third is dirt. So we've been sweeping for the last 3 weeks, and we did our last sweeping on Saturday because Shamari Haynes was telling us that the boot owners are coming in on Monday, and they came and we marked it on Saturday, so they're coming in on Monday. But we're doing our best. We also use some of the plant waste that we have, the mill material, to spread across the Coney Island area. Also at some areas in the back where there's more dirt than anything else, and we did that also and rolled it in.
Mr. Chair, I heard my time. Thank you for that response. Mr. Chair, I heard my time qualified. I just have 2 questions.
Yes, you can proceed.
Thank you very much. VIPD, in respect to, again, we know that there is a lot going on leading up to this festival time. We have received information, or there is some conversation in respect to females or single females being targeted during this festive season. Can you speak to any such information coming to your attention as well? And what is the VIPD doing to advise the public, one, and to address the issue in respect to that?
Oh, yes, definitely. Senator, we have had several incidents over the past few months where we believe that single females are being targeted for carjackings in areas that are a little remote, and also in areas outside of the business districts where they may be walking towards their vehicles. We continue to work on those investigations, but I'll also provide Chief Santos, who's our Criminal Investigation Bureau, is following up on those cases to expound on it a little further.
Yes, Senator. Thus far, the CIB has been working diligently in trying to narrow down a lot of those cases. At this time, we do have several warrants on standby, so we're hoping that once we have the authority to go in and effect those arrests, we will do so as soon as possible.
Very well, thank you. As well as traffic advisory, are we utilizing, I guess, the Traffic Bureau and others to make sure that we're doing proper traffic advisory? We know that we have several bridges that's closed down right now, and there's some limited access in our roadway. How are we educating and informing the public in regards to the safest conditions and the best conditions to be able to navigate our roadway?
Yes, sir. Good question. Currently, right now, we have our highway safety unit and also our traffic bureau. Our traffic commander is currently working on traffic plans that we'll be going over next week, along with all of our other operational plans to ensure the safety of the public, and more especially the motoring public after the carnival is done.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the leniency and time, and thank you for this very timely and necessary discussion as we lead up to the festival for 2023-2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
President Francis. Commissioner Martinez?
If I may, just to expound just a little more on the good senator's question. Next week, our PSAs will be out beginning next week as well, from traffic advisories to safety tips, and we expect to have them out roughly around if I'm not mistaken, the 17th to the 18th of the month, and running throughout the festival season.
And for the benefit of those listening and viewing, PSAs meaning public service announcements, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Commissioner, regarding the overtime especially during this festival season, you do have a budgeted amount for overtime to address overtime spending for all personnel?
Yes, Senator. We received to cover overtime for festival events. We receive just over $800,000 from the Department of Tourism.
Tourism
Tourism Revolving Fund, correct. And Of that, we spend roughly for St. Croix Festival. Last year, we spent just over $280,000 on overtime. We expect to spend just a little more this year because of the initiatives that we're going to put into place. It is no secret that we have a group of individuals here in our territory, a very small group, less than 1%, who are going to continue to take the opportunity to engage in illegal activities, and as such, we are going to increase some of our initiatives, and as a result of that, our overtime will be increased as well. We expect to spend about maybe $295,000 in overtime over the Christmas season, and that while we know that the festivities really begin, I think, on December 26th, our initiatives ramp up from this week.
Thank you.
Point of personal privilege.
For that. One second, Senator Johnson. Oh, wow. Something you just said, and it escapes me now. But, the overtime that you're referring to, that will include the officers that will be loaned to your agency as well. Would the Virgin Islands Police Department be responsible to compensate overtime for the other peace officers assigned to the VIPD during this season?
That is correct, Senator. We bear the cost of all overtime for officers from the outside agencies, with the exception of the VI Port Authority, who we commend and appreciate the fact that they have continued to pay the overtime for their officers when their officers provide assistance to us.
Thank you. And just to be clear as well, so these officers, when they come over from the other agencies, they're coming over to you on overtime, or they're on a special assignment to the VIPD, and so working regular hours and possibly into overtime?
That is correct, Senator.
And you're only responsible for the overtime?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Senator Johnson, you have a point of information?
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair. I will not be continuing with this hearing today. I will be waiting for the subpoena for this agency to come, where I'll ask all my questions. Have a wonderful day to the people of this territory. Everyone be safe. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator...
Mr. Chair, if I may also, to your previous point, we also bear the costs of the National Guard members that provide assistance at the festivity, throughout the festivities as well. VIPD bears that cost.
Okay, thank you. So at least we know that is covered through the Tourism Revolving Fund. Let me go back to Department of Tourism. So we were talking about the extra restroom facilities, and people do view these hearings, and they're already sending suggestions. Tell them to tap into the hospital. Since they move over, they're not using the portable restrooms, to see if they could possibly use those or whatever. But just letting you know to just try to see if we could get some additional restrooms. I've seen where the lines are exceedingly long and whatnot. Now, Department of Public Works. I know it's a tall order, but we do this every year, and I'm kind of sorry that we didn't have this hearing a little before, but everybody is so busy and doing a whole bunch of things. But, you know, for instance, I'm told that there were a number of reported injuries in the downtown Crucian area. People walking and tripping and falling, etc. And we have seen this same things happening in the downtown Frederiksted areas with broken sidewalks or overgrown brushes, and people having to walk in the roadway and not on the sidewalk and whatnot. What is have Public Works, or does Public Works intend to do a walkthrough of the Frederick said downtown area? Not only the Frederick said downtown area, but all those areas that will be considered inlets, outlets, and whatnot for our motoring public, to ensure that even overgrown bushes are cut back so that people can traverse. So for instance, coming off of Prince Street again, if you were to turn up, what is that? Is that one Hill Street? That cross street right there by,
Fisher?
it might be Fisher Street. When you turn, if you're coming up on Prince and you make the left turn to go up the hill right by St. Patrick's Church or go up towards Moravian. Or let me come back. Before that intersection, if you were to take the back road between St. Gerard's Hall and St. Patrick's School itself, Lagoon Street.
Great.
If you go up that back street to go around and get up on the street with the cemetery, which people usually use as a as an exit, the grass is totally overgrown in that area. Can you all do an assessment so that we can get these areas cut back? And the same thing with utilizing the roads in La Grange and whatnot that people will be using to come through Concordia and whatnot to get out.
Senator, yes, that's St. James Deputy Commissioner. Yeah, we did do an assessment. We started doing some work in that particular area on Fisher Street, and we're going to continue until we get everything cleared open, because it is important for the motoring public to be able to get out of Frederick Town, especially after the parade. So we did do an assessment, and we are going to be cleaning that area.
And if there's any additional suggestions for people that's looking that would like to call the Department of Public Works to say, hey, the grass is overgrown here, or there's an open manhole here, or wherever the case may be, what number should they call?
773-1290, 1290.
And who are they asking for? What division?
Operations. You can ask for operations. Can I ask for me? Can I ask my the secretary, Miss Agat? You can ask for anybody in Public Works.
All right. So again, that number is 773-1290.
That's correct.
773-1290. If there's any suggestions for the Department of Public Works to cut back on areas and whatnot that people will be traversing during the festivities.
And trust me, Senator, we are getting the calls on a daily basis. We're not doing a good job as far as winning the fight against Mother Nature, because with Mother Nature, grass grows 3 inches a night, but we're doing our best to make sure that our roadsides are clear as much as possible. She laughed.
All right. But I agree with you. We got to do a better job, though. You know, I saw a meme or something, I think it was last night, talking about, you know, back in the day when we were cutting grass with machetes versus today cutting grass with these big machinery. We had more grass being cut then than now. And it truly appears that way. So, yes, if we know we could do better, let's please do better. We need to probably double up on what we have.
That's all we have, though, as far as our roadside contractors. But we're doing the best we can, Senator.
All right, good. Yes, sir. Okay, yeah, I just want to recognize the presence of Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, but at the appropriate time, I will call on her. The Virgin Islands Police Department, the traffic plans. I will ask you to just double check on them again, because we get a lot of complaints with the Crucian said downtown area, with all the, and we know that there's a lot of moving parts. There's road walk going on in the downtown areas and whatnot, but then when we kind of gridlock the place and shut down the whole town, and shut it down from 6 o'clock in the morning when an event is at 6:30 in the evening, it is very hard on the business owners. And they were the ones with the real concerns and whatnot. So I'm just asking that we be prudent in these plans and look at them. I know that there's some work going on in Frederickstead. I'm still concerned about that area in the back of the village on the eastern side not being able to be accessible for parking or whatnot, because this is going to even more congest the downtown area. just off the top of your heads, is there any plan to cordon off any portion of Strand Street in Frederiksted or any other street in Frederiksted that will be normally used for parking?
Chief Santos, Virgin Islands Police Department. Senator, the only time that that may happen is that in the event there is a permit request that was placed in advance for a event outside of the carnival event. Prime example, there is a permit request that was put into place for and paid for by a vendor. That event will be on the Strand Street area. Once our officers are aware of it, we will cordon off the area on Strand Street. Once that is done, we'll definitely be lifting those road blockages at the appropriate time. But that's the only street that we have thus far that's going to be blocked off at any time during the carnival season.
And that's which street again?
Strand Street, Frederiksted. That is between where First Bank is down to the Frederiksted Fort.
So see, that's a key area.
It is a very key area, sir.
So that will be blocked off, you're saying?
It's only for a certain time for the event itself on that day.
Which day is that?
I want to believe that day is on the Juve morning.
Okay, so just Juve morning. But
from my understanding, from my recollection, yes, sir.
But for the other times, people will be permitted to park.
Yes, we're trying our very best to keep our roads open and available for any emergencies or any vehicle traffic.
And at the same time, we want the public to remember too, when you're parking, have a little conscience. We're in the downtown area, don't park immediately on the corner. Think about our fire trucks and ambulance and whatnot that may have to traverse these areas and be able to maneuver. So we expect that, and this is why I would really like to see the police department get its own impound lot and whatnot, and we start towing vehicles and making your own revenues. But some of these folks, they park so foolish and just walk away. We expect to see that these vehicles will be ticketed and towed. So for the safety and well-being of everybody else that's coming to the downtown area to enjoy themselves. I will do a quick round. Before I do that, Senator Francis Heiliger and St. Thomas, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Again, Madam Clerk, please recognize the presence of Senator Francis Heiliger and mark her present at this time. You're recognized, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Good morning. How are you guys? Good morning to the public. Good morning to my hello? There we go.
Yeah, we could hear you.
Can you guys hear me well?
We could hear you loud and clear.
Excellent, thank you. Good morning to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of this territory. I basically wanted to ask a couple questions in regards to, I was listening as I was sitting here, and one of the things I want to find out, especially during this time period, what are your arrest rates? Because I know sometimes during this season, whether it's during the festival or even just holidays in general, what are your arrest rates and what are some of the concerns that you might have around this holiday season that tend to lead to higher arrests?
Well, Senator, I think that's a really great question. Unfortunately, not expecting it, I did not walk with the arrest rates for the festival season last year. But off the top of my head, and I know I've got both my assistant commissioner and chief here, as far as the last year, we had 5 firearms arrests during the festival season that we thought we affiliated with the festival village. 2 of them were outside in very close proximity to the festival village where our technology and our officers picked up on them. And the other 3, through intelligent purposes, we were able to follow those individuals, traffic stop the vehicle, and were able to obtain their arrest and I think recover one or two firearms in the vehicle just outside of Frederickson. As far as our biggest arrest, however, of course, is the DUIs after the events. And again, I'm just going off of memory here, and I want to believe we had 7 or 8 DUI arrests, maybe even more. I don't know if Chief Santos can recall those numbers.
That is correct, Senator, based on what the commissioner stated.
Okay. And one of the reasons why I brought that up is because I know during the holiday season we're celebrating, we're consuming a little bit more alcohol as we celebrate. And I just hope, just listening to what you're saying, that our people are mindful. If we do go out and celebrate, make sure that you do have a designated driver, because we not only don't want any arrests, but we also don't want any unnecessary accidents or unfortunate homicides due to drunk driving, etc. So I wanted to also put that on the record. So thank you for those stats. I also wanted to ask you, there's a difference between officers dealing with usually a situation one-on-one. You might go to a crime scene, there's a car accident, you're dealing with that specifically. What kind of training has your officers or the VIPD, those that participate, have when it comes to dealing with large crowds and how to potentially prevent a situation from escalating or reducing the probabilities of that? What kind of training have you guys possibly had, or do you see you might need some additional training in that area of dealing with larger crowds?
Oh, Senator, again, we all of our personnel are trained in de-escalation, but Chief Santos, who is also a former training cadre, can speak specifically to the type of crowd control training we've had.
Good question, Senator. Yes, we do have, like the commissioner stated, we do attend on a biannual basis training, biannual training to include use of force training, de-escalation training. While the officers are in the academy, they do attend crowd control training as well. Due to the fact that we live here in the Virgin Islands, this is a common thing for us to have large crowd events. So we do that on a academy basis.
Okay. And I wanted to know a little bit more about parking. I'm not sure if I heard time yet, but I want to make sure. When it comes to dealing with, thank you. When it comes to dealing with parking, as we know during the holiday season, whether it's Carnival here, Crucian Christmas Festival, a lot of times there's a little bit lax when it comes to parking. Like here in the District of St. Thomas, they are allowed to park on the apron because they're utilizing the parking lot. What types of things do you guys deal with parking? Because I know sometimes I've seen fights break out over parking. I've seen situations where cars are being towed during these holiday events. What do you do to educate the public on what areas you might potentially have a little bit of leniency with parking and what areas are definitely off limits? How do you handle the parking situation?
Chief Santos, we do have PSAs. Just this week, myself and Deputy Commissioner Haynes, we've started our PSAs. Well, one of the biggest parking issues that we do have is folks double parking and also parking on sidewalks. That's a big no-no because we need our pedestrian traffic to be able to traverse through the roadways safely. But we do continue on with our PSAs throughout the entire Carnival season regarding parking as well.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for sharing that with myself, but also with the public, because some of this information is very important for them to know during this holiday season. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time. And I hope that during this time period, we have a very safe and enjoyable holiday season and Crucian Christmas Festival. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Elegant. We'll be doing a 3-minute wrap-up on the second round. And the fact, your response just now, Chief, thank you for that. Let me ask the Virgin Islands Police Department, are you guys coordinating with Public Works or any other agency, whereas if we get those knuckleheads that's going to park on the corner on the sidewalk and whatnot, that you need to remove these vehicles because it's a must that these vehicles be removed. Is there a specific identified area that you have so far that you will be able to remove those vehicles to, and they have to pay whatever towing fee, storage fee, and whatnot besides the ticket that they will receive? And also just know for future, we'll be having a discussion shortly as soon as the bill draft is completed. We're moving to increase all traffic ticket fines in the territory, and even moving to where the issuing agency will receive a percentage of those proceeds going to specific initiatives.
Yes, Chief Santos, to your question, Senator, depending on the location and which event that we're dealing with, there are times that we do have specified locations to retrieve vehicles. However, if none are identified, then those vehicles go with the towing company to their lot, in which they would have to pay for the retrieval of their vehicle.
So just a thought.
Yes, sir.
At least for the week of the festival village, that is open. At least if you find where an ambulance can traverse, a fire truck and whatnot, that you have a identified area where if you guys tow a vehicle, it could be towed to and be stored there.
Most definitely. I would say for the most part, Senator, this year, my Traffic and Special Operations Bureau have a high tow rate. And we're looking forward to when our tow vehicles do come back into play. You know, the good commissioner went and purchased some tow vehicles for us. So once those come into play, we definitely will be working towards towing those vehicles for those individuals and having them to pay for it.
Thank you. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I often wonder, and this is for DPW, I often wonder if your budget usually incurs what would be considered your operational expenses during festivals.
No, it doesn't, Senator.
It doesn't. Okay, no. So it usually comes at a cost to the department then?
To the department, do the overtime, everything like that. Purchase of equipment, overtime, yes, it does.
Okay, so there are some financial constraints in preparing for the festival. So has the department ever asked for additional funding in such cases?
Yeah, we have reached out. That of course it was denied, but we still make it happen.
Okay. I wanted to ask the department also, what specific measures have you taken concerning roadside enhanced lighting, specifically more so in Frederickstead, but also on the highway? Because as you know, here on St. Croix, we have been having a challenge with the lighting on the highway, and of course, more and more people will be traversing from the east to the west to attend. Are there any plans to buff up the lighting on the highway?
There are plans, Senator, but I don't have that information with me so that I can give to you, but I can get it. That you go back to the office and confer with our engineers, our engineer department. That's the area that I would like to deal with, and then get back to you on that with that particular question.
Okay, thank you, sir. And for VIPD, will officers be dispatched throughout the highway to assure that speeding would not take place, specifically more so in the unlighted areas of the highway? Because, of course, a light coming up might shine in someone's face and they may not be able to see the roadway as clearly as one that would have a light.
Senator, part of our plan is not only for increased patrols on the highway, but also increased patrols on Centerline Road as well. And it is our intent to, again, to increase those patrols so that they serve as a deterrent to those individuals that that want to drive at excessive rates.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And you mentioned in your testimony that you had seen some previous year achievements, right? What, if you can share with us, what were those challenges that you achieved on that you have learned from in the previous year that you're now prepared for this year?
Well, one of those things, Senator, of course, is just overall safety. And the ability to safeguard the revelers inside the festival village. Again, our technology last year proved vital to us picking up, and not just the technology, but our officers being so diligent in their work, in ensuring that they were looking at individuals. First of all, we live in a small community. We pretty much know who's who. And as a result of that, we were able to make those, to arrest those individuals with illegal firearms outside of the village, those that left. And also in just sending a clear message with our response to 1 or 2 skirmishes that broke out into the in the village, how quickly we were able to get in there, to de-escalate them and to move individuals out, as well as what we did at the Juve, which was, you know, unfortunately, I think it was, I don't recall whose point, I think it's Senator James's point, where about promoters, you know, oftentimes it's not the promoter or the band that creates the issue, but it's a promoter and the band that VIPD has to put their foot down on, and in order to ensure safety. And that's one of those things as well that we did quickly. Last year we were decisive in moving, unfortunately having to move one of the bands out of the Juve simply because the revelers were engaging in a bunch of fights. And that's, you know, that's the mantra this year as well. All right, we are going to safeguard folks quickly, and our decisions are going to be quick and decisive.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner, for your responses. And of course, thank you and the officers of the Virgin Island Police Department for your proactive enforcement, planning, and measures. And of course, thank you to DPW for your efforts in also facilitating the division of festivals. I'm looking forward to a very positive and safe festival here on St. Croix. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes, at large senator. Commissioner or Chief, regarding the promoters, and thank you, you just jogged my memory. Why does it appear that the VIPD is only hearing about these big promotions only when they start to advertise? Aren't they required to come to the Virgin Islands Police Department to secure a permit to have these events?
It depends on the venue, Senator.
Right.
If the venue is inside an established nightclub, no, they do not require a permit. It is only those venues that are outside of those limitations as to when they have to show up and request a permit. And unfortunately, with some of the venues that you're going to be having, those large venues are already nightclubs. And so we look, you know, we've got our social media team that's out there looking for these events so that they can, you know, provide that information to the chief's office so we can prepare.
And so you, excellent, thank you for that, so you can prepare. Because you have to not only plan for the safety and, of the safety and security for the festivities, but you still have to continue maintaining safety and security operations for the entire island district. So once your team identify these areas with these large events, you make contact with them and ensure that they have a plan in place and adhering to the times allotted by law for them to close their doors?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, and lastly, the vans. We used to have vans, even when the President and I were in the Juvenile Bureau, we had vans, and we did initiatives even with minors being on the streets after hours. Is there any initiatives going on for underage individuals being out, being idle, and during the Juve, rather than stopping the Juve for a couple knuckleheads, that we have the proper vans to tag and secure these individuals and charge them?
We have for the past year, Senator. We do utilize that type of transport that removes individuals from the immediate area, from the crowd. If they're going to be arrested, they're arrested and placed in the in our transport vehicles, the van,
Right.
and then dealt with at a process at a later time.
And hopefully the verbal judo classes is ongoing, and they need to be swift in their actions. The officers need to be clear when they give instructions, be clear, and for the safety and well-being of everybody, secure who you have to secure and get them out of there. So at the same time, I'm asking the public to please be cordial and respectful to our law enforcement personnel. Of course, respect goes both ways, but I expect to see officers working and handling incidents swiftly so that it doesn't become a big spectacular.
Senator, if I may, I was on the Juve route the last 2 years, and I can tell you that our officers were swift, they were decisive, and I commend them for the tremendous work that they did. I was proud of the decisions that they made in de-escalation and those times that we had to go hands-on. Folks need to understand at times that this is not a babysitting service. That when folks start to get rowdy, especially on the liquor, for whatever reason, we have a lot of young folks drinking a tremendous amount of alcoholic beverage prior to the juvies and starting to act up, that we are going to be decisive with our actions. And I am proud to say that last year, especially last Juve, I really tip my hat to my team. Our team did a tremendous job, and I look forward to doing the same thing again this year.
Great, and we look forward for that type as well. And at the same time, we're going to ask the courts to also be as vigilant and not continue to release these few bandits on the streets when we pick them up. Thank you. Senator James, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. As we speak about traversing from east to west, my question to Public Works, as far as the Melvin Evans Highway, on that highway, we have several spots where we have dirt pile up and gravel and what have you. Will you have a team out there trying your very best to remove some of that, because individuals will be speeding and they're not supposed to be speeding, but Murphy's Law, they're gonna speed. And then when you hit the hard brakes with all that gravel in a lot of those spots, it will cause you to skid out. Can you address that issue?
Yes, we can, and we will continue to stress it with the contractors who's working on the Melvin Evans Highway. I'm sure that's one of the reasons why the piles of dirt is there. If it's not, if it's something that's caused by Mother Nature, we will take care of it.
Thank you. And I hate to see a highway that is untidy, which leads to my next question with VIPD. A lot of times we have accidents, and those individuals who are handling the scene of the accident, they're still leaving debris from the accident at the highway and several places during the festive activities. I want to make sure, because we're going to have accidents, but we want to make sure those debris will be removed. But what is the process? Who's responsible for that? Who stays on top of that when the person leaves the scene, the last person who leaves the scene?
Well, Senator, once there's an accident and we're on scene, VIPD is in charge. And even if when we utilize the private wreckers to tow the vehicles, a part of that wrecker service is in fact for them to take up as much as the debris that they can from inside of the roadway. There are those times that we don't. That we've not done the best job, but we will ensure that we get with our traffic commander as well as our patrol commanders as well to ensure that they require the record drivers to clean up that debris.
I just so happen to be one of those citizens. When I see those things, if I'm not busy or if I'm not in a rush, I will pull to the side of the road, I'm moving myself. And I ain't doing this to look for no fame. It could happen to anybody. You could be back there looking at your child, and by the time you look back quick, there's this debris in the road, and you get in an accident. I hate to see that. And the reason why I mentioned that, because there was a time I reached out, I was in Peter's Rest, and there was a tree in the road, and I text you, but it got handled quickly by Public Works, thanks to Public Works. But a police officer passed there.
We call Public Works, I'm just saying.
No, I made some phone calls.
Yeah, but it was our call.
I called the actual guy who removed it, and he came and cleaned it.
We still taking the credit. It was our call.
All right, well, I made the initial calls, and I even called 911 myself. So don't discredit citizens doing it part, because we want to encourage citizens to do that, because VIPD passed there and passed straight, and I was on the scene. A police officer passed the tree in the road. I made some phone calls, and I know the text and what I have done as a citizen.
Time.
And that's the reason why I'm talking about VIPD, to make sure the scene and the roads are clear during the Crucian Christmas Festival. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. And the commissioner was absolutely correct in his statement that it is the RECA's responsibility to clean up the debris as much as they can. And if there's any spillage and whatnot, then they will call maybe the fire service or somebody to assist. But yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Senator, that they need to clean up the debris from these accidents. Senator President Francis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's not fair to assume that because a police officer passed an area that, in fact, they didn't radio it in, use their cell phone to call it in or something. I mean, you know, a lot of times we assume because a police officer may have passed and not stopped that we didn't do anything. I've been at police for 25 years, and I will always defend the police department. Yes, we want to encourage citizens to call in and senators to do their part, but let's not minimize the role of our police officers as well and throw them under the bus. Mr. Dotson James, are you aware of who owns the property east of the village or the stadium area, behind the stadium?
You say east or north?
The
one that was recently cut?
Yeah, well, no, it's still uncut. I guess that would be to the north.
You talk the east, the same.
The east, yeah, right in front, yes.
What they're talking about?
Yeah.
I sure don't.
You don't talk.
But I have an update on that. That's the one that's next to the Party Joseph Park, not parking lot, outfield.
Yeah.
Okay, that particular area, sir, I just want to make sure that Mr. Senator Giddens understands also. We just got some information. We're still having problems with that particular area. The water is not going to be able to be pumped up by Waste Management Authority. So, and it's not so that when they do pump it out, they can be fixed. It's not going to be fixed in time. So that still is a problem. So that parking area is not going to be available for the Festival Village.
Have Department of Public Works done a cost assessment of what you believe is associated to your work with the festivals?
Yes, we did. As far as building of the booths and stuff like that is concerned, the reviewing side.
All inclusive. I mean,
yes, we do have some information. That is quite lengthy. I can get that information to you. It is costly. Building up the reviewing stand for the governor, helping as much as we can with the legislative booths also, and the senior citizens. Let's not forget the senior citizens also.
Yeah. Let's get that in so that we could do our analysis on it during the budget review. Also,
1 minute.
VIPD, real quickly, in regards to, you said time? Oh, in regards to safety, we keep talking about safety, and I know I just wanted to ask you about communication down in that area. Is radios working well? I know that we're having a lot of problems with cell phones in that particular area, and I don't know when we're going to get Liberty to be working optimal, but what about radios, communication in that area?
Yeah, Chief Santos.
As far as the radio communication, we've been working alongside our VITEMA, with VITEMA in regards to fixing, and also BIT as well, in order to fix those problems. So hopefully we have that up and running when that time comes, and it's at optimal level. But as far as we know right now, we should be good at that time, sir.
Thank you.
And of course, Senator, there are a couple of things with one of the things that we do. I know some folks, I think you were one of them that pointed out last year, with the temporary cameras that we place throughout the village and certain parts of Frederick said that have to come down. Those work off of LTE, service off of cell service, and they, I know you had asked at a previous date, and we do have technology that increases our bandwidth in order for our LTE cameras to continue to function optimally as well.
Excellent.
Time.
Very well. And real quickly, Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up on this.
You may.
I wanted to ask you, DC Deputy Commissioner Haynes, what keeps you up at night during this particular season? Is there any concerns, anything that give you a reason for pause? Anything that concerns you that really keeps you up at night?
Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. What keeps me up at night is just making sure that my vendors are good. All festival stakeholders are good. I left the festival village at 12:30 this morning. On my way home, I just decided to swing by to make sure that one, security is there, and two, booths are moving in successfully, and there's no, concern or anything that may raise a red flag. But once my vendors are good, all festival stakeholders are good, then I'm good.
Very well. So you're working with the booth owners and those concerned to make sure that they're having a smooth transition and getting up and running.
Every single day.
Very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I'm hoping that we could have certainly an after action, maybe after the season, so that we could come back and look at what's good and do a SWOT analysis of what transpired and how best we could fix it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. President, former police commissioner, former chief, everything, great minds think alike, because we do need to do that. I was thinking about that, and after action for festival, and that will also get us prepared for even the upcoming St. Thomas Carnival as well. Point of information, I know that snap, you remembered something.
Thank you. I had this penciled down to ask in regards to the one-way streets, turning King Street into a one-way street, or even especially for the parades. What's happening in that space in terms of alleviating the traffic congestions that may occur?
Yeah, so good question, Senator. Based on what we combated last year, that is something that we're planning on doing this year. The commission and I, we had several conversations prior to coming here today. We're trying not to put out all our eggs out in a basket for everybody to know what's going on, but that is something that we are planning on doing, Senator, to ensure the safety of the public.
But that needs to come out, though.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's what will help you.
That's part of the PSAs that will be coming out, as the commissioner mentioned.
Yeah, and before I go to that too, I could see that there's work behind this, and I know that you don't want to reveal much, but the traffic patterns, parking situation, and whatnot, that needs to come out so that people could have advance notice. And thank you for being here today. I believe today is your birthday, right?
Yes, it is.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
We've been working you and the commissioner during your board date, but that's what we sign up for. So, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may also, the reason that we didn't speak publicly thus far on the one-way plans is that we still intend later on this week to physically get down into Frederick, so I think it's early next week, to physically walk the town and make the best assessment for which streets would do best, whether it's to be that, with that, lack of a better term, north and south traffic on the streets.
You got me here now, like with my blood just running, and want to put on my boots to get out there too. But I'm looking forward to hearing this plan, because that's why I'm concerned about people parking the way that they shouldn't park, so that people could be able to maneuver and make these turns. Because now with that road that we're talking about on the east side not even being a true traffic accessibility, when you come down King Street, if you make King Street a one-way going north towards the village, then at some point, that would mean you probably utilize Queen Street as your one-way street heading south out of town. So if I come down King Street and again turn whether on Lagoon Street or the other street right by the park, I need to be able to make the turn if you have cars parked on both sides of the street. And I'm not talking about me driving a Sprint, that I make Sprint anymore, but I'm talking about somebody driving a big F-150 truck, or even the ambulance having and fire truck having to be able to traverse in the town. So we're gonna have to really work on this. And before Senator Francis and I left, one of the big things he had tasked me with was ordering those barricades. When those barricades came in, we did it for the entire territory, St. Thomas and St. John. Sadly, I'm seeing those barricades all over the place and destroyed, private contractors and all utilizing them and whatnot. I'm just hopeful that we have sufficient that we can use, because this also assisted the officers and the police department in putting less people on the parade route and having people around, because the only place that you needed to really put an officer was where you had the opening gate at certain intersections. So where would that take you? Maybe 20 officers lining down the road, you could have cut it down significantly to half. So just take these things into consideration. I think we have a point of information, Senator James, and then we go to Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Javon James, please recognize his mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the point of information. Before this block comes to an end, I just want to make it very clear that I have the utmost respect for the men and women of VIPD, but my concern was just public safety and the timely manner in which things are done, because when I came on the scene, that tree was there for over 7 hours from high day. And that's the reason why I asked that it's not to throw anybody under the bus, make anybody feel any way about public safety and challenging the process, because even sometimes during power outage, our stoplights do take a very long time to get back on. And those are simple things that we need to work and focus on to improve this territory, because we don't see those things on the U.S. mainland. They treat those things as a priority because it's public safety, and that is what this meeting is about here today, public safety. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator Volkes, a point of information, and then we go to Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quickly, I know that there was a suggestion for the one-way on Queen Street, but it may not be conducive for emergency response for VI Fire EMS, because they have a fire station on that street, so that may not particularly work out. Maybe a portion of it could be a one-way, but not the area that the fire station is in.
Yeah, we didn't say Queen Street. So we said we're still going to go back and physically walk, Frederick said, and make that determination.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And don't forget, we're talking to the experts. Even if a street is a one-way street, when there's an emergency and they have the devices, they can drive contrary. But thank you for that point. Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. The first set of questions I have specifically are for the Division of Festivals. What other agencies outside of the security aspect do you reach out to and partner with during this time period overall, not only for the event, but also for the safety of the people of this territory that might be attending the event, or even tourists alike?
Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. Senator, we also work with Department of Health. We work with the Department of Agriculture. Those are the top two at mine who are not here with us at this present moment. And St. Croix Rescue as well.
And where?
St. Croix
I didn't
Rescue.
hear the last word.
St. Croix Rescue.
Okay. St. Croix Rescue. Okay, I heard it. The other thing I wanted to know, when it comes to dealing with the officers, what percentage of your officers are usually available, Commissioner, for these types of events? Because I know sometimes when they have larger events between the districts, some traverse back and forth, et cetera. Do you have a minimum amount that you say, well, okay, X amount of you have to participate for the protection and safety of the people?
Yes, Senator, we do. That minimum amount is all officers, all hands are on deck. All officers are on deck for all of our events and in the respective districts. And then we usually, to assist us with handling the Juve, we obtain the assistance from the National Guard, and we also fly over a team from the next district. In this respect, for this year, we will fly over a team from the St. Thomas district, roughly maybe between 12 to 15 officers to assist with Juve.
Okay. And when it's time, say something else happens outside of a specific event that occupies quite a bit of the officers, how do you handle that? Do they get called in, pulled away from? How do you handle dealing with other situations that happen?
Again,
If
so
everybody on deck.
I'm sorry, Senator, I didn't get that part.
No, I was saying if everybody's on deck with one particular event, how do you handle when other things do happen in the territory?
No, when I said that all hands are on deck, all of our officers are who are scheduled for that day. There's a specific set that are scheduled to work the festival event. And then, of course, our other officers still have to continue to work in their different zones, their different patrols, their different units, investigations or whatever. So we don't, we don't curtail those units or the activities of those units.
That I better understand. Thank you so much for that clarity. I think I heard time, so I want to continue to encourage you guys to do a good job, especially when it comes to the protection of the people of our territory during this holiday season. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. And so while we're here, a suggestion came in, and I said, that's a good area too. We were talking about an area to be able to tow some of these vehicles, and the suggestion was even if the police department call these records and they come and they tow the vehicles and tow it to a specific area, that it could be possibly the area of the Frederickstead DPW in Mars Hill. What's the condition of that?
Concordia, you're talking about Concordia?
Yes.
Not Mars Hill, Concordia.
Concordia,
Close
yeah.
enough,
It's across the street is Mars Hilton. So,
okay,
yeah.
so it's close enough. The condition, it would probably be available to housing. We have room in there.
I am
Not
sure.
much, but
I'm sure you do have room. But and what the lighting is like and whatnot. Do you still have up? One second.
Okay,
you still have up the lampposts and whatnot in the area that it could be lit up?
Yes, I think we do. And remember, it's still an active bin site, which was right outside.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the bin site. I'm talking about on the property inside itself.
You can make it accessible, Commissioner.
Okay, just a suggestion, VIPD, to see if you could look at that. And I'm pretty sure that you, Commissioner, is authorized to come up with these fees and whatnot if vehicles are towed and whatnot. I mean, even if you utilize a private wrecker, you could be the one to pay the wrecker, but have that fee enough for the tow and the storage of those vehicles. And even in your PSAs, let them know, if you park foolish, you will be ticketed and towed. You got to get the message out there. Then the only people should be feeling sorry is themselves, for themselves. All right? And Juve, what day is Juve, and what's the restrictions for Juve? And are there any planned night tramps, like the opening night or whatever?
Shamari Haynes, Deputy Commissioner, Department of Tourism. The Juve is scheduled for Thursday, January 4th, 2024. The only night tramp that is...
Times before you go to the tramps.
Juve is going to start at sunrise.
You know that Juve is supposed to be in the dark, right?
Yes. Yes.
But we
Senator.
get this thing, and people like to blame the police department that the police is who started late. And the police have started late. But I know when I was there, we embraced it starting a little later because we took advantage of the light.
Yes.
But Juve is supposed to start at 4 o'clock.
Well, we've been working with the Virgin Islands Police Department from July. One of the concerns is to make sure that there is enough sunlight, daylight, adequate light, which would aid the police officers. We're just making sure that the overall Juve is safe. So it's going to start at sunrise. No Juve troops are going to be leading or starting at 3 a.m. The Juve troops are actually going to lead the Juve, and the main Juve will follow. Again, that's January 4th, 2024. And
So then tell me the time Juve gonna start then.
Sunrise.
Since it's no longer 4 o'clock.
6:30.
6:30. Yeah. Sun up.
Roughly 6:30.
Okay, so people, you could sleep a little longer. and what's the parking restrictions, VIPD?
Well, Senator, before we get to the parking restrictions, I just have to say that since I've taken this seat, that has been my call to start the Juve later at sunrise. It safeguards my officers, and it safeguards the fact that we just have a generation of revelers who are, at times can be a lot more disruptive, and as such, it just safeguards the community on a whole. So this was not, if it was up to the division of festivals, they would have started it at 4 a.m., but this was totally a VIPD call.
Understood. You just justified the reasons that were given for prior years, but I'm glad you said since you take the seat, because it's been for years that it was that the police holding it up so they could start later, and that wasn't the case.
Right.
You know, bands were just late coming on the road and whatnot. Even when I was in charge of Juves and Tramps, I had to tell them, if you don't reach by a certain time, you'll come off the road. My good friend Al Baptiste sitting back there, and he was upset with me one year when we said, shut it down. You know, but they took too long to come out on the road. But I understand the concerns, especially for safety, so I embrace it. And so, again, the parking restrictions and whatnot for that day, you already said that there's no tramp, so.
No, there actually is a tramp. December 29th, the opening night at the village, we'll have the cultural tramp. That will feature Stanley and the 10 Sleepless Nights and the Superior Court Rising Stars.
Okay, and so again, tell us when the roads will be shut off and if there is any parking restrictions on the route that this tramp is coming down, VIPD.
As far as the cultural night, we don't have a full shutdown of the roads for the cultural night because we do have some of the folks who are coming in and, you know, due to parking, we chose to keep that open. However, it's going to be limited as to how much vehicles could go down there for the safety of the revelers for that night because that's the night of when the village is open. But that's just for that tramp though. Everything else, the roads will be shut down prior to.
So thank you all for the update. Looking forward for you all to further collaborate and meet and do your walkthroughs and whatnot. I'll afford the three agencies to give a short closing, and we'll start again with the Division of Festivals under the Department of Tourism.
Thank you, Senator. In closing, the Department of Tourism would like to thank the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for the opportunity to provide testimony on the security and safety plans for the 2023-2024 Crucian Christmas Festival. We'd also like to thank our tourism and festival team for their continued hard work as we elevate the carnival and festival product in the U.S. Virgin Islands, which continues to keep us top of mind for visitors seeking authentic experiences. Lastly, thank you to all festival stakeholders, government agencies, event committee chairs, and volunteers for their hard work and commitment as well. As we ramp up the final preparations leading up to the opening of the Festival Village, we encourage the community to partake in our all free festival events, and we hope for a safe and enjoyable festival season for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner James, Public Works.
Good afternoon, Senator Giddens again, and Deputy Commissioner Dotson James. Thank you again for inviting us here. It's been a pleasure working and giving you information as to where we're at and what we're doing. I want to thank the group that is here, BFPD and Department of Tourism, for working with them. We have done a good job. Just for the record, Senator Francis, just the festival stage alone last year cost $30,000. Just to give you an example, that doesn't include overtime or fuel costs. But notwithstanding all of that, thank you again, senators. I hope we do a good job in pleasing this community. And on behalf of Commissioner Derek Gabriel, it's an honor for me to be here this afternoon.
Thank you. And again, that number to contact Department of Public Works is 773-1290. Ask for operations.
Operations.
All right.
Thank you.
And again, condolences to the DPW family with that incident last Carnival on St. Thomas.
Yes.
Still tears my heart, and I'm asking our public again to please be as cooperative with all the agencies that surrounds Carnival, Festival, and whatnot. Is only for your safety and well-being that these coordinations are taking place, and we're asking everybody to just keep a cool head. Commissioner, you're recognized.
Is again, like my colleagues, I want to thank this committee for having us today to provide an overview for how we will continue to safeguard the carnival, the festival festivities. And more importantly, I just want to take the time again to publicly thank each and every law enforcement officer territory-wide for what they do, especially during these times of the year, during festivals and carnival and the 4th of July celebrations, because to your earlier point, when folks are out reveling, the police officers are here safeguarding the revelers and safeguarding our community. We could not be the A1 department that we are without our officers giving 110% every day. And to that and to all of them, I thank them for that. We can always do better, but for what we do, I am much appreciative and proud to be their leader. I thank you guys for your time today.
Thank you. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for December 12th, 2023 will recess. The correct time now is 12:41, and we will resume at 1 p.m. We are recess.
It's Christmas Day. I know that he is not sleeping. I know he's not far away. I open my window and I'm peeping, hoping to see him in his sleigh. I hope he don't forget to bring that castanet and put it in his reindeer sleigh. Up Comet, up Cupid, up Doodle, up Vixen, away, away, away. Mamacita, where is Santa Claus? Where is Santa Claus? He promised he will be here. He promised he will be here. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm a see that. Sunday there's a Santa Claus. I look for him because it's Christmas Day. Oh, I know that he is not sleeping. I know that he's not far away. I open my window and I'm peeping, hoping to see him in his sleigh. I hope he won't forget to bring the castanet and put it in his reindeer sleigh. Up Comet, up Rudolph, up Connor, up Vixen, away, away, away. I see that. Sunday is the Santa Claus. Oh, where is Santa Claus? He promised he will be here. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'ma see that. Where is Santa Claus? I look for him because it's Christmas Day. I know that he is not sleeping. I know he's not far away. I open my window and I'm peeping, hoping to see him in his sleigh. I hope he don't forget to bring that castanet and put it in his reindeer sleigh. Up Comet, up Cupid, up Rudolph, up Vixen, away, away, away. Mama, see that? Where is Santa Claus? I look for him because it's Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day. It's Christmas Day.
It was Christmas Eve, she husband had to leave, home by herself, like something on a shelf. I went by her house, she asked me what's the matter. I tell her I am here, in place of Santa. She says she's been waiting all night through to get her bag filled with toys and candy too. So I started to see what I could do. Until she Santa sent me. Couldn't make it, so he sent me to do it. I fill her bag with toys and candy, make she real happy. I say I fill her bag with toys and candy. We had a merry, 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 merry Christmas. Ba-dum-bum. Ba-dum-bum. She asked me my name, I tell her it's Sifu. You are a nice boy, you work for Santa too. She say that this is good, the party is nice. She wished that Christmas could come not once but twice. She offered me a drink, that's when I started to think. Now is a good time to have a jolly
right together with you. Under the stars are shining and friends are smiling. Come on, it's lovely weather for a party right together with you. Oh, 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 oh. How will Santa get here? Oh, 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 oh. How will Santa get here? There are no reindeers in my country. We'll have to borrow. We'll never I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my heart. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas. I want to wish you a We all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind. May all acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne. Oh, lang syne, my dear, oh, lang syne. We take a cup of kindness yet in days of old lang syne. Oh, lang syne, my dear, oh, lang syne. We take a cup of kindness yet in days of old lang syne. May all acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind. May all acquaintance be forgot in days of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne. We take a cup of kindness yet in days of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne. We take a cup of kindness yet for old lang syne. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 sleepless nights. I'd like to wish all our families, fans, friends, and our beloved senior citizens a happy new year. Hoping and wishing that this new year will bring you good health, peace, and love for your fellow man. Once again, happy new year from the 10 sleepless nights, and may God bless you all. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne. We take a cup of kindness yet for days of old lang syne. For old lang syne, my dear, for old lang syne. We take a cup of kindness yet for days of old lang syne.
The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, December 12, 2023 is back on record. Let me apologize for the little delay. We were doing some recordings on St. Thomas, and so they just wrapped up, so we're here, 1:30 p.m. Madam Clerk, or before I ask you to read Block 2 into the record, let me just remind folks viewing and listening that in Block 1 we had an update on the Crucian Christmas Festival Safety and Security matters for the upcoming festivities. We had members of the Virgin Islands Police Department, representation from the Department of Public Works and the Department of Tourism's Division of Festivals. So we're on and running for upcoming festival season, December 26th through January 6th. And again, we're asking the public to please be patient. We know that there's some road constructions, a lot of road constructions going on. We ask you to be vigilant and careful in your traversing on our roadways. Be respectful to our law enforcement officers as they too will be respectful to you. And we're asking everyone to enjoy the festival season, and in everything that you do, do it in moderation. At this time, I'll ask for the clerk to read Block 2 into the record.
Block 2, Bill 350178, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 314, to add a Section 3732A to allow for the automatic expungement of arrest records upon a finding that the arrest lacked probable cause, and amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 33, Section 881G, Item 9, relating to public records to designate expunged criminal records as confidential records, sponsored by Senator Javon E. James Sr. Invited testifiers, Honorable Ariel Smith, Attorney General, Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Attorney Julie Smith-Todman, Interim Chief, Office of the Territorial Public Defender, Attorney Dwyer Arce, President, Virgin Islands Bar Association, Attorney Casey Payton, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Justice Initiative, Attorney Russell B. Pate, Managing Partner, the Pate Law Firm. Bill 350179, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 61, relating to gambling violations, and Title 32, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, relating to the Virgin Islands Lottery Commission to strengthen the enforcement tools against illegal gambling and lottery, sponsored by Senator Diane T. Capehart and Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Invited testifiers, Honorable Raymond Williams, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Lottery, Honorable Ariel Smith, Attorney General, Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Attorney Julie Smith-Todman, Interim Chief, Office of the Territorial Public Defender, Attorney Dwyer Arce, President, Virgin Islands Bar Association. That concludes Block 2.
Thank you, and we'll add Honorable Ray Martinez to the list of testifiers in that bill as well, 0179. But at this time, colleagues, we will entertain one bill at a time rather than combining the two. So we'll start with 35, that's 0178, which is the one regarding expungement of records. So let me start with the testifiers before us. Let me see if is there anyone online? No one, so the testifiers before us, starting with the lady first. Please identify yourself, your title, and the agency you represent.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Julie S. Todman, and I am the Interim Chief Territorial Public Defender. I thank the members.
Welcome. Just an introduction for the mic at this time.
Interim Chief Territorial Public Defender of the Office of the Territorial Public Defender.
Thank you so much and welcome. Sir?
Thank you, Senator. My name is Russell Pate. I am here on behalf of the VI Justice Initiative to present the testimony from the Executive Director, Casey Payton.
So Attorney Pate and Attorney Smith-Todman. Is Attorney Ers online or Attorney Payton? Madam Clerk, you have any correspondence? Anything from the Department of Justice?
I do have correspondence from the Department of Justice.
Is it short to be read into the record, or?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Correspondence from the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Office of the Attorney General, dated December 11, 2023. Dear Senator Gittens, the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Office of the Attorney General appreciates the invitation to give testimony on Bill number 37-0178 and Bill number 35-0179 on December 12, 2023. I am unable to attend the hearing due to a previously scheduled Governor's Cabinet meeting. Submitted herewith is a letter with the comments of the Department of Justice regarding Bill number 35-0178 and Bill number 35-0179. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Ariel M. Smith, U.S. Virgin Islands Attorney General. That concludes the correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, who speaks to this bill, 35-0178? Senator Javon E. James Sr., you're recognized for the introduction of Bill number 35-0178, and I do believe you also have a short video to show, which will be accepted. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and fellow citizens of the Virgin Islands, we as elected officials were elected to serve the people, and I'm kindly asking everyone in today's discussion to just have an open mind. Today I stand before you to speak about an important piece of legislation that has the potential to bring about meaningful change and uphold the principles of justice and fairness within our community. I am referring to Bill number 35-0178 and Amendment 35-553, sponsored by Senator Giovanni James Sr. and Senator Franklin D. Johnson. This act is a vital step towards rectifying the injustices that many individuals in our community face due to wrongful arrests. It acknowledges the fact that being arrested without probable cause can have severe and lasting consequences on an individual's life, impacting their employment opportunities, housing prospects, and overall well-being. By allowing for the automatic expungement of arrest records in such cases, we are taking a significant stride towards ensuring that individuals are not unfairly burdened by the stigma of an unjust arrest. The power of expungement lies in its ability to provide individuals with a fresh start, unencumbered by the constraints of a wrongful arrest. It offers them the opportunity to move forward with their lives, free from the shadow of an arrest that should have never occurred in the first place. By designating expunged criminal records as confidential, we are also safeguarding the privacy and dignity of these individuals, recognizing that they deserve to be treated with respect and not unfairly judged based on erroneous information. Furthermore, this legislation aligns with the principles of fairness and justice that are at the core of our legal system. It sends a clear message that we are committed to upholding the rights of individuals and ensuring that they are not unduly penalized for circumstances that were beyond their control. It represents a crucial step towards creating a more equitable and compassionate society where individuals are not defined by the mistakes of the past, especially when those mistakes were never theirs to begin with. As we consider the potential impact of this bill, I urge each and every one of you to reflect on the values that guide our actions as legislators. Let us remember the fundamental principles of justice, fairness, and compassion, and recognize the profound impact that this legislation can have on the lives of our fellow citizens of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Let us stand together in support of Bill number 35-0178 and demonstrate our commitment to building a more just and inclusive society for all. In closing, I implore my esteemed colleagues to lend their support to this crucial piece of legislation. Let us see this opportunity to make a tangible difference in the lives of our fellow citizens and to reaffirm our dedication to the principles of justice and fairness. Thank you for the time.
That video? Thank you, Senator Giovanni James Sr. for your introduction of Bill number 35-0178. At this time, we'll proceed to hear testimony, and we will begin with the Office of the Territorial Public Defender. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
And if you can, if you could just scoot over just a little bit so you could get in front of that mic, I'll appreciate it.
Thank you.
The stenographer is remote, and we need to make sure that she can hear.
My name is Julie S. Todman, and I am the Interim Chief Territorial Public Defender of the Office of the Territorial Public Defender. Protocol having been established, good afternoon again, everyone, and to the listening and viewing audience. I thank the members and staff of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety of the 35th Legislature for this invitation to testify on proposed bill number 35-0178, an act amending Title V, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 314, to add a section 3732A to allow for the automatic expungement of arrest records upon a finding that the arrest lacked probable cause, and amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 33, Section 881, subsection G, Item 9, relating to public records, to designate expunged criminal records as confidential records. I thank Senator Giovanni E. James Sr. as the sponsor of the proposed bill. The Office of the Territorial Public Defender was established by Title V, Section 3521, et sequentially of the Virgin Islands Code to represent indigents charged with crimes in court. I appreciate the opportunity to provide you with the position of my office as to these changes. After considering the amendments promulgated in Bill 35-0178, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender fully supports the contemplated changes. OTPD generally supports any effort to increase the availability and efficacy of expungements under territorial law. The vast majority of arrests in our community occur without an arrest warrant. These citizens are brought before a judge or magistrate judge who make a determination as to whether the arrest is supported by probable cause. This requirement is grounded in the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution, which guarantees a fair and reliable determination of probable cause as a condition for any significant pretrial restraint. When an individual is arrested and charged with a crime, a number of records are generated. Some of those, such as fingerprint records taken by the arresting officers, are held internally by the authorities. Other records, like those documenting court proceedings, are open to the public. Even when the court determines that no probable cause existed for the arrest of an individual, those records remain as a legacy of the arrest. To quote Justice Sonia Sotomayor, even if you are innocent, you will now join the 65 million Americans with an arrest record and experience the civil death of discrimination by employers, landlords, and whoever else conducts a background check. In the past, there was a prevailing attitude that it was unnecessary to regulate access to outcomes less serious than a conviction, partially based upon the practical obscurity of most criminal records. However, the advent of digitized record systems has opened up an entirely new industry that traffics in personal information. A criminal record, even when it is only the record of an arrest with no conviction, can have serious impacts upon a person's life. Here are some examples of that impact. Schools can and have denied admission to students based upon criminal arrest. Employers and licensing authorities can and have denied employment and professional licenses based upon criminal arrest. Landlords can and have denied housing based upon criminal arrest. Insurance companies can and have utilized arrest records as the basis for higher premiums. Other countries can and have denied entry to visitors with an arrest record. Well-intentioned community groups can and have utilized arrest records to deny access to volunteer opportunities. Above and beyond that, we all have a certain right to privacy in our actions. When a neutral and detached magistrate makes a determination that the authorities, meaning the police, lack the probable cause necessary to allow a criminal action to proceed, we should protect our citizens from these harmful impacts, or as Justice Sotomayor labeled it, the civil death of discrimination. By allowing for the automatic expungement of these records, the Virgin Islands joins a growing movement. 12 U.S. jurisdictions have or are currently implementing automatic expungement laws. The Office of the Territorial Public Defender fully supports efforts to increase the availability of expungements for Virgin Islanders, our citizens, our residents. Making these processes automatic provides a great benefit to our citizens. I am pleased to provide my office's wholehearted support for Bill number 35-0178. And thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Chief. Now we'll go to Attorney Pate. You're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable senators of the Virgin Islands Legislature. I am reading a letter of December 11th, 2023, from the Executive Director of the VI Justice Initiative, Casey Payton. Dear Senator Gittens, on behalf of the Virgin Islands Justice Initiative, I offer this letter of support for Bill 35-178, an act amending Title V, Virgin Island Code, Chapter 314, to allow for the automatic expungement of any charges on a person's arrest records upon finding by a judge that the arrest lacked probable cause. Our organization believes that this bill is necessary to further economic justice in the Virgin Islands. It is an access to justice issue that we have not streamlined the expungement process to create a path to expungement of arrest records that is accessible to the population. When Virgin Islands law already provides a right to expungement for certain charges, why do our people have to carry these charges on their arrest records forever just because they cannot afford an attorney? The consequences of criminal record do not end with the conviction, the plea, or a dismissal of a case. Today, we are focusing on the person's arrest record. For the purpose of this letter, I will be using arrest record and background check interchangeably. When an employer obtains a background check for a potential employee, usually a $12 fee at the Virgin Islands Police Department, the record provides a document that shows 1, the date of the arrest, 2, the charges, and 3, the date and disposition of the court. which on a personal experience, the disposition by the court is not always on the arrest record. Sometimes it says unknown, and you have to actually go deeper into the files, the case files, to find out what actually happened. So it's not always updated for the disposition. That's also a problem where you can have someone who had a case dismissed and it says unknown. Back to the letter. Virgin Islands law provides a right to expungement for some charges, but requires a court order from a judge in order for VIPD records to remove any charge from a person's background check. Our 501c3 nonprofit organization's Clean Slate program offers a free attorney to Virgin Islanders who are eligible under the laws of the Virgin Islands to obtain an expungement. The value of our services is estimated at $2,500 per client served, which is a conservative estimate of how much that individual would have to pay for a similar representation out of pocket. We believe that this is unconscionable that Virgin Islanders have to keep charges on their arrest record forever because they are too poor to afford an attorney to assist with this process. We believe it's a racial justice issue because expungement services are widely available free of charge in the mainland. But here we are a population that is majority black. These records continue to hold Virgin Islanders back from economic and social mobility. There are collateral consequences to having charges on your arrest record. One example of a collateral consequence is that arrest records can block a person's ability to obtain gainful employment. Our office recently represented a student at the University of the Virgin Islands who was offered a job upon graduation. The individual did not think anything of it when the employer requested a background check from the VIPD. However, the background check showed an arrest for a charge that had already been dismissed by the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands and was eligible for expungement. The UVI graduate did not know that the charge would not come off the background check on its own, but would require an order from the Superior Court judge to remove the charge from the background check. Unfortunately, the graduate lost the job opportunity. I'd also say on a personal note that we're outside the custom zone, and if you have an arrest on your background check that even was dismissed, when you go through the customs zone, you can be flagged by Homeland Security. I've had clients that had increased surveillance going through the customs zone. They were flagged to be interviewed or to have extra security checks simply for the arrest that was dismissed. Another issue of concern, I think, for the territory is when Virgin Islanders leave to go to the States and an arrest that was dismissed, that will show up on the NCIC. And I sure know that there's a fear, particularly in the States, that one of our citizens is on a back road in Texas or Florida or someplace, and their license plate is run.
Let me interrupt you 1 second, Attorney Pate. Can you just stick to the testimony that you're reading into the record for now, and we could have a discussion thereafter? But
yes.
The stenographer is remote, and we want you to, at this point, just stick to the testimony.
My apologies, and I understand stenography. It's very difficult to follow. I will move back to the letter. Thank you. Resuming, this is not a unique case. The majority of referrals in our Clean Slate program come from the VIPD records when a Virgin Islander goes to pick up their background check for employment purposes and learns for the first time that there is a charge on their record from a case that was dismissed. Sadly, most people in this situation immediately stop their job search, which is understandable. This is the gravity of this mark on their arrest record. Some Virgin Islanders who have the means to hire an attorney to petition the court for an expungement, some try to do that on their own. With workforce development being a top priority in the Virgin Islands, we do not want Virgin Islanders who are actively seeking job opportunities to stop their job search because they cannot afford an attorney or figure out how to represent themselves when the law already provides a right for expungement of this charge from their record. Let's turn to Bill 35-178. This bill is crucial because there is absolutely no reason why a charge should remain on a person's background check when there is a finding by a judge that the charge lacked probable cause. Under the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution, a police officer must have probable cause to arrest someone. In the Virgin Islands, after a person is arrested, they go to an advice or rights hearing before a magistrate judge in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands. The magistrate judge presides over the hearing, which includes an assistant attorney general and the defendant, either represented by the assistant territorial public defender or a private attorney. The magistrate judge determines whether each charge identified by the police officer for the basis of the arrest is properly supported by the probable cause fact sheet. The parties have an opportunity to ask questions of the police officer, and the attorney on behalf of the defendant can argue that the police officer did not have probable cause for one or more of the charges based on the probable cause fact sheet. The magistrate then makes a finding of either yes, there was probable cause, or no, there was no probable cause for each individual charge. The next hearing that a defendant goes to is arraignment. This hearing is where the Assistant Attorney General makes the formal charges against the defendant. These formal charges may include the same charges from the advice of right hearing, more charges or less charges. Not all cases make it to an arraignment hearing. The Attorney General can decide not to prosecute a case, and/or a magistrate judge can find that there was no probable cause. Virgin Islanders whose cases do not make it to the arraignment hearing may never have any further court involvement and no way of knowing that despite the Attorney General's decision not to move forward with their case, that their arrest, along with the charges the police officer thought the defendant should get, will show up on their permanent Virgin Island background check forever, unless they petition the court for an order to expunge their arrest record. If the Virgin Islander realizes the arrest is still on their record by requesting a background check from the VI-PD records for employment, housing, or other purposes, then they find themselves in a position that no Virgin Islander should find themselves in, and is avoidable by this body by supporting Bill 35-178. You may ask yourself, don't these charges automatically come off a person's record after a certain period of time? The answer is no. The charges never come off without petitioning the court for an expungement. Only a court order provides the VIPD with the mandate to remove a charge from a person's background check. This bill creates a right to process that, the process that automatically removes these charges from a person's arrest record. Virgin Islanders should not have to pay thousands of dollars for an attorney to remove a charge for their record when a judge found no probable cause. If this bill is passed, moving forward, we could create a process that will eliminate the need for expungements when no probable cause is found. One idea would be for the VIPD Records Department to wait until the formal charges are filed by the Attorney General at the arraignment hearing to add any charges to the person's criminal record. That way, only formal charges made by a prosecutor and constitutionally supported by probable cause will land on a person's background check. This would eliminate the need of this type of expungement in the future. Here's an example of how this process could benefit a Virgin Islander in the future. Let's imagine the person is arrested and the police officer says the person was arrested for a felony. But at the advice of rights hearing, the judge says the police officer's probable cause sheet does not support a cause for felony, but probable cause fact sheet does support probable cause for a misdemeanor. If only the VIPD records could wait until after the arraignment hearing to put the formal misdemeanor charge on the defendant's background check, then the defendant would not be burdened with a background check that reflects a felony that a Superior Court magistrate judge found unconstitutional. Mr. Chairman, the remainder is the statement of the VI Justice Initiative and its purpose, and I'll read this and then finish the letter. The VI Justice Initiative is 501c3 legal nonprofit organization. Our mission is focused on creating opportunities for the poor to succeed through economic justice and poverty law. We provide free legal representation, education, and resources for economic and social mobility. We believe that everyone deserves a second chance, and our Clean Slate program helps youths and adults overcome the barriers of their past by providing them with a clean slate. Our teen education and criminal deterrence projects partners with the Office of the Public Defender to provide educational opportunities for teenagers in grades 7 to 10 to learn from attorneys how seemingly innocent behavior could actually be criminal in nature. The goal of this program is to empower youth with the agency to make good decisions that can change the trajectory of their lives. More information about our organization is available at our website, vijustice.org. Sincerely, Casey Payton, Esquire, Executive Director, Virgin Island Justice Initiative. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Attorney Pate. I almost call you Senator. Thank you both for your testimony, and we will open up for a 4-minute round, and on this round of questions for 35-0178. So before I recognize Senator Bulkis for his first minute, now the bill speaks to automatic expungement for which no probable cause was found. But I'm trying to get it up here on my computer, and I'm having connectivity issues. I wanted to ask the legal minds if the code is clear or it speaks to the automatic expungement after someone is found not guilty. In this case, this bill is speaking to the automatic expungement of no probable cause being found. That's the initial hearing. But I'm wondering if the code is clear on the automatic expungement of a matter that an individual is found not guilty. To your knowledge.
If the code is clear,
Yes.
you have to file a petition for expungement, Senator.
Right, which is understood. So therefore, there will be no automatic expungement for that.
No, Senator.
So for discussion, do you believe that there should be for that process where there's a not guilty verdict?
This is Attorney Russell Pate. I think looking at the testimony from the VI Justice Commission, people are unaware when their case is dismissed on probable cause that it'll be on their background check. Generally, someone who went through a full trial with that experience and found not guilty, they're going to have a better understanding that this may be on their background check, even though they're found not guilty. And it would be nice to have it automatically expunged, but it's much more rare. I think most criminal trials are 70–80%. In the Superior Court, you're going to have the jury found guilty. Yeah.
I asked that because I know of a number of individuals who have been waiting for years to get something expunged off their record. A matter that was either not guilty or a matter that was dismissed.
The statute had been amended to expedite how quickly you can file. And I think if you have a not guilty, you could move right away for an expungement. Now, there is an issue once you file, there's no mechanism statutorily to force the judge to rule. Just like that, judges are very busy, so there's many hundreds of different things in front of them. So it would be up to the attorney to keep pestering the court with requests for rulings.
So from the private sector, have you encountered any such difficulty?
When I do expungements, I calendar at about the 4 to 6 month mark. I'll start filing what's called a request for ruling, and I do that every month. And at 6 months of filing the request for rulings, I'll inform the judge that I will go to the appellate court on a mandamus. And usually the Superior Court judges will issue that order by that time. It's being the squeaky wheel, but that's a whole other discussion for practitioners and the justice system.
Thank you. Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I believe that Bill number 35-0178 seeks to strike a fundamental balance between fairness and justice. By automating the expungement process, the bill upholds the principles that individuals should not be unduly penalized for an arrest that was considered baseless, and it aligns with the commitment to civil liberties and presumption on innocence, the presumption of innocence, and ensuring that citizens are not unjustly affected by the blemish of a record that should have not been there in the first place. As we explore the legislation, it's crucial to examine the alignment with constitutional principles, due process, equal protection, and of course, the balance of powers. Now, I want to ask concerning the current expungement process for the attorneys. Based on your experience, how effective and accessible is the current process of expunging arrest records currently? Especially for indigent clients.
The Office of the Territorial Public Defender does not petition the court for expungement. The expungement process is a civil process, and we only handle criminal matters. So they would have to they'd either have to do it themselves, which a lot of them would not know the rules and regulations.
Which obviously comes at a cost. Do any of you know what exactly that cost is?
Well, there is a cost, I believe, of $75 to petition, to just file the petition. But then you have the cost of getting your criminal record and then your other court records to be able to even file that. You also have to do the petition. You have to do an affidavit. So there is a legal process. There are documentations that's involved, and so then you probably would have to hire a private counsel or go to the VI Justice Initiative or other organization that can help you with that.
Okay, thank you for that response. Attorney Pate, did you want to add anything to that response? Or?
The first issue is just awareness. So many people are unaware that they have an ability to get an expungement. If they are indigent, before the VI Justice Commission, there really was no way to get an expungement because a private attorney would have to put in time, and it is
which also comes at a cost as well.
Right. So I mean, you are even when I started my office and I was trying to do these expungements for just under $1,000. That was 10 years ago. People would have to save up money for months to try to do this, and then you're waiting while it pens in the court. So it was nothing that's instantaneous. And as you see from the statistics from Attorney Todman, 20% of people have an arrest record in the United States, over 20%. And if you're not convicted of a crime, it still has very negative consequences. And if you'll indulge me, I was going to finish the analogy I made, which is true. You know, you can have a Virgin Islander that would be, let's say, arrested for robbery in the Virgin Islands, but the case was dismissed. He does not realize that, but he moves to the States, buys a vehicle, and his name is registered to that vehicle. And so one night when he's driving, he's pulled over. Having that arrest on his record when the police officer runs the license plate may make the difference between whether the police officer has his hand on his gun while he's approaching the car or whether the police officer doesn't. And we've seen that in the news, that we don't need to put people at increased risk for something they're not responsible at.
And before my time expires, Attorney Pate, you did mention a potential future process involving the VIPD Records Department in your in the testimony that you read. Could you elaborate on that idea and how it might be implemented, and how effective it would be, if so?
The idea is to wait until after the arraignment, and that would be kind of an internal procedure for the Virgin Islands Police Department on what works best for them. They could actually, just update it after the arraignment, so they could make 2 changes, or just wait until afterwards. But the goal, I think, for the Senate is that this isn't we're trying to arc toward justice. So every year or 2 could be changes in the statute to tweak it and make it better, depending on the processes of the police department, the courts, and the judges and the attorneys.
Okay, well, thank you so much for your responses, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bulkers. In the discussion there, though the process is considered civil, but regarding the removal or the expungement of a criminal record, would the legal services assist in this as well, or no?
I don't believe, and I cannot speak for legal services, but I do not believe that they handle any criminal matters.
Right, but because this process is considered civil, as you stated, although it is regarding a criminal record, would they be able to assist? Do you know? I mean, if you don't know, you could say you don't know, but do you think that they will be able to assist in the civil process to have their criminal record removed?
Mr. Chairman, I'm uncertain. Even if they qualified on the income, I do think that it's a difference between the court that says this is a miscellaneous civil issue, while legal services classifies it as a criminal issue. So it's just 2 different kind of agencies having a little different viewpoint.
All right, thank you. Senator Novalee Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony. I want to, first of all, commend the bill sponsor because I think this is a very good piece of legislation and, should be considered. Despite not being a member of this committee, I think that it's a concern that I've had for a number of years. And the deprivation of freedom or deprivation of a person's civil liberty is one that, again, is always questionable. And hence the training that's involved in preparing officers to be able to initiate an arrest comes in handy in respect to if and when and how and what would lead to an individual effectuating an arrest. And the contemplation of whether or not there's sufficient probable cause to make that arrest, again, rests solely on that police officer at the time. You know, they have a split-second decision a lot of times to make a certain decision, whether to allow a person to live or again, cause their demise based on what is available to them at any given time. It's an awesome responsibility and one that certainly we don't want to second guess. And the courts have always determined that, again, it's the mens rea, right? Is the person that's in that position then will determine, what decision needs to be made there. But when the court have determined that, in fact, that an arrest lacks sufficient probable cause, is unfair. It's very much unfair for that to remain on the record of anybody, any person that have been arrested. So I think it's only fair that that should be removed, once there's a determination that that no probable cause have been made. It's a cumbersome process and one that's very complicated for a person that should not have been arrested in the first place, then to have to go through in order to get their record expunged and get it cleared. So I think the auto expungement legislation as being considered here today makes good sense. And certainly at the appropriate time, barring no other deflection from the issue, I will be supporting this particular piece of legislation. I'm surprised that maybe the fact that the commissioner of police is here, that he didn't get an opportunity to weigh in on this as well, because this involves a lot of the police officers, law enforcement, first responders, who has the responsibility to initiate arrest in these proceedings. But nonetheless, and I would have had, if he was here, then I would ask, how many times have we found ourselves in that position where, the court had determined that a matter may have lacked sufficient probable cause for the arrest. And I don't think it happened often, but unfortunately it happens every so often, right? You may have an overzealous police officer that maybe initiate an arrest that should not have been made, or you have an officer that felt, based on what he had to work with at the time, that in fact an arrest was necessary. However, when it's presented to a judge, they determined that the probable cause was not there, and it's, in all fairness, then the officer have to just say, well, again, they made that decision based on the information that they had before them at that given time. So it's understood there. I know, Attorney Pate, you mentioned that you have had several instances where you had to represent an individual that requested expungement. And can you speak to maybe a couple of times that happened, whether or not the court had not granted the expungement, or what was involved in the intricacies of that expungement proceedings?
And in your response, please indicate yes or no. You did nod your head, but we can't capture that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I've done, I would probably say 50 or 60 expungements in the last 10 years, but less since the VI Justice Initiative started, because I work with them on their expungements now. The people that come in are very varied. usually they're more educated because they know about the expungement law, and so they are working. I'd say they're working and they're actively looking for jobs, or they have a job and they're looking for a promotion. Some of the big issues was plane travel, that going through customs, they were treated with differently and increased security, which is unique to the Virgin Islands. They were rejected from job offers. They were rejected from promotions. They were flagged for a firearm license. As far as doing the petitions, you do collect the records. You serve the Department of Justice. It's rare that you'd actually have a hearing. I've only had 2 hearings set. Most of my expungements follow the statute to the T, so you either qualify or you don't. There were some issues at the very beginning on retroactivity, but we solved that on another bill. So no, it's not actually that exciting. It's not like a big exciting area of the law, practicing it. It's just a matter of doing the kind of grabbing the shovel and digging the ditch and helping out the people.
Mr. Chair, if I may just conclude with a follow-up to...
You may.
In respect, and I want you to focus on those areas of expungement where probable cause were not met. In those 50 or so cases, can you speak to how many of those may have been as a result of probable cause not met?
You know, I didn't, yes, I can, but I can speak to it as I didn't look at it at that specific discrete issue. I just looked at it as, was the case dismissed? Because if they had a felony, you had to have a dismissal or an acquittal to do it on a felony expungement. If they had a misdemeanor, even if you're convicted on a misdemeanor, there's waiting periods and you can get an expungement except for some certain exceptions. So I really didn't look at the lack of probable cause because I just looked to see if it was dismissed.
So let's not conflate the issue, though. This particular bill speaks to the fact that probable cause was not found or determined by the judge and presentation by the police officer at the time, and not necessarily that there was a court proceeding that went through and that now the arrestee is requesting for an expungement. Correct? So is there any way, I know you say you can't differentiate between those, but I think that this bill really speaks to the fact that auto expungement where probable cause is not found at the initial appearance.
Correct, and I think you spoke to this well, that police officers, first responders, I mean, these are our heroes that are putting their life out on the line. This is not any disrespect to them at all. They are out doing their best, as you said, in the moment, split-second decisions. But no person walking this earth is perfect. So even if you were 99% perfect on your arrest, you've got 1% that might lack probable cause, and we don't want to burden that 1%. We want to give that person the opportunity of a clean slate.
Thank you for your response. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senate President Francis. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. And also let me recognize the presence of Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, who has joined us from the start of this block. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory, to the testifiers. This piece of legislation, I am excited in regards to what it potentially can do for individuals that might have been in situations where they have been arrested and no probable cause have been basically established by the court. There were some other discussions that were being had that I also wanted to have some clarity on, because certain things did get cleaned up a little bit for me, because when you stated no probable cause, it was shared that usually when an officer does arrest someone, there's some sort of probable cause or some reason why they did it. But this is in regards to the establishment when the court decides that. So I think that cleared up a lot for me in trying to better understand how this is going to work. But there was also discussion in regards to expounding individuals that might have been found not guilty. In regards to that, could you, to the testifiers, what are your thoughts on something like that being done? Do you think that is in the benefit of individuals? Should it be done across the board, or should that continue to be at the discretion of the judge or the courts?
Good afternoon. The Office of the Territorial Public Defender does believe that we should have a way that if you are found not guilty, that should automatically be expunged. But at present, that's not the law. And we would appreciate if one of the good senators would suggest a bill or promulgate a bill that does that.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear, because while I was sitting here, I understood that that is not what our law currently says. But I want to play devil's advocate here, because when we create situations, because I'm always looking at the future. Now, if there are situations where people have gone through a trial that they might not have been found guilty, but there's a sense that they are. Because at the end of the day, some people do get off on technicalities. Some people are found not guilty due to saying lack of documentation, loss of chain of command, a lot of other things that our judicial system has allowed for people to get a non-guilty verdict. But then for us to automatically expunge, to erase all record of a situation that happened when someone might have gotten off just for the sake of getting off, when certain things might have pointed to them actually doing it. How do you handle that aspect of it? Because that would concern me also as a resident, because I'm looking at it holistically and having some record that this person did something, whether they got off or not. But I do understand the automatic expungement, but do you think it should be in cases where there are no issues, or just straight up not guilty?
Senator, this is Russell Pate. I'd be happy to answer that question. I'm going to answer it in two parts. The first part is the practical part, that if you actually go to trial, your name will be in the newspaper.
30 seconds.
You're going to be reported on Google. Usually trials, you're going to have some media presence, and that can't be expunged. Whoever was arrested, even if you're found not guilty and the jury picks you up and walks you out of the courtroom and cheers you on, someone's going to Google you later, and they're going to see you are arrested, and that will follow you forever. So that hopefully can assuage you some. To the other part, as an attorney, and I think all attorneys, you go to law school, you take the bar, you don't get to say when somebody's acquitted, you're guilty. We just can't do that. Now, the lay people can, and they can say, it's suspicious, and that's the whole point on the arrests, is that when an employer sees that, Senator Francis has been arrested, sorry to pull that out, they're going to say, we don't want him because we have 100 other applications where someone is not arrested. And you could be the most innocent person, Jesus Christ himself. He was arrested, by Pontius Pilate. So, and it carries negative implications for your whole life. So that's my two answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your thoughts on that. Because that's important to me, because a lot of times I have seen situations. Could I just wrap up quickly, Mr. Chair?
You may.
Thank you. I have seen situations where, like he referenced, innocent people might have been arrested. You go through the whole process. All of a sudden, you got a mugshot forever, like you can't get rid of. But then this is still on your record, because I have dealt with constituents currently fighting just to get their record expunged, and I think it's unfair. Because if we as a community, when it relates to our law enforcement, whether a mistake was happened and is no probable cause, this should not follow me for the rest of my life. So I definitely do support this piece of legislation in an attempt to give those individuals that are innocent and have been wrongly arrested an opportunity not to have this follow them record-wise for the rest of their lives. So thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. And just for some clarity as well, as we I use the word all when we say all records are expunged. In this case, we're talking about the automatic expungement of records regarding that particular arrest and not previous arrest records where individuals may have been found guilty. Right? Just to be clear. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senate Minority Leader, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. You know, in 1987, when I joined the police department, facts and circumstances that would make a prudent person believe that a crime had been committed was the definition of probable cause. I have never made an arrest without probable cause, 26 years, but I'm just saying I was a little confused of how the bill was written in terms of two areas that I see as gray areas. One, police have made arrests, and then when you take it before the Attorney General's office, they determined we didn't have enough evidence and they didn't file a case. So you still have that arrest. So if it covers that, then, you know, I commend the sponsor of the bill, but I just wanted to make sure it would at least cover that type of situation. Also, when someone is arrested and the witnesses decide they don't want to go forward with the arrest. So to make sure, again, that it covers that. But in the bill, being a former police officer, it speaks to probable cause, automatic expungement, but then it is highlighted when the Superior Court dismisses a criminal complaint. That in itself is, to me, a separate situation because the arrest begins with the officer. Not all, but that particular arrest begins with the officer making an arrest. So, Attorney Pate, or does it Attorney Talman, does it cover those two particular situations where the witness or the person who was the victim decided they didn't want to go forward with the case, or does it cover the situation where the Attorney General looks at the officer's arrest and determines there's not sufficient evidence to forward this case? Does it cover those?
Those are two different things, Senator. One, it does not cover where a witness may not want to come forward. This is even after the probable cause hearing, after the arraignment, going towards the trial matter. This bill only deals with once you go before the magistrate judge or a judge who happens to be handling the determination of probable cause on that day. So this bill does not address your first scenario. The second scenario regarding whether the Department of Justice Assistant Attorney General does not go forward, this bill also does not address that. Because if they choose to go forward, then they would have the advice of the probable cause hearing with the magistrate judge or the judge. And so when the magistrate judge finds no probable cause, that's what this bill specifically addresses.
Right, but the arrest goes on your record from the time the police officer arrests you. It goes on your record. And you go through NCIC check, you present something to present to the Attorney General's office. That begins your record, not after the Attorney General goes to that point. It begins at the arrest, what is a police officer, or if it comes from a warrant or anything, that's a separate issue. But with a police officer making the arrest, you know, your record has started that information building at that point.
Correct, it does.
So I just want
but it still has to go to the judge to determine if there is probable cause for that particular arrest. And so, although your record starts there, you go to the first step, the probable cause hearing. The magistrate can say, well, officer, you've arrested X for petty larceny, destruction of property, assault.
Time.
But I find, may I continue? But I find no probable cause for petty larceny. I find no probable cause for destruction of property, but I find probable cause for the assault. So at that time, that's when Senator Javon James's bill would take effect. So the arrest record should be clear at that time that the only probable cause was only found for the assault, not for the other two offenses. And that and piggybacking, may I, on the VI Justice Initiative's suggestion that maybe we need to wait to start that arrest record until the court has determined probable cause, and not just when the officer has arrested the individual. Again, that's not before us right now, but I'd like to piggyback on the suggestion made by the VI Justice Initiative, which I fully support.
Thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And thank you for that clarity, Interim Chief. Because, again, the determination of probable cause is actually at the initial hearing during that first proceeding, which is the probable cause hearing. It is at that point. Anyone placed in handcuffs and whatnot, and prior to going to the court, the only person after you have been arrested that can release you is the courts. So once that has taken place and you have fully made all documentation, that's who has to make the determination. Not even the police chief or the police commissioner or the supervisor could unarrest somebody.
Point of information.
So I understand your explanation, and thank you for that. Point of information, Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I was saying is, though, once a police arrests someone, the Attorney General makes the decision as to what is going to go to the court for a probable cause hearing. So if the Attorney General is the entity that decides we don't have enough to take it to court, so we're going to dismiss it, that arrest still remains on that individual's record. So I just want to know, should we amend some of the wording to cover that far, or we still just waiting until it gets to court, because there is that gray area prior to it getting to the magistrate for the hearing? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I don't really want to complicate the matter, but I think that you're not 100% accurate. What the Attorney General's office do is they determine about the filing of charges before the courts. But once an arrest is made, the arrest goes, the initial hearing goes before the courts for a probable cause hearing. It is thereafter, if the Attorney General's office determined that we don't have enough to proceed further, that they would not go forward. But once an arrest is made, you have to be taken before the courts on that initial arrest. If I'm not accurate, attorneys, you all could correct me.
There are, I understand where the good Senator DeGraff is coming from, but I would not even see that if somebody's arrested and the Attorney General's office decides not to proceed prior to coming to court. My office, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, wouldn't even know, because we do not get a case until we are assigned, until we go for that probable cause hearing.
Right. However, again, if they decide not to proceed, it's thereafter. You still have to have that initial hearing after an arrest is made.
All right.
There's no going around that. But thank you much for that. Have anyone else there? Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Wait, point of information. Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, you recognize Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was speaking of when the Attorney General sends out the no pros statement that they will not do it. That's prior to it going to the court. Like I'm saying, I'm in support of the bill. I just wanted to see if we could cover that area, if the wording would cover it, or do we need an amendment to just address that part? Thank you again, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And again, that's what you said there, that's on the complaint and not on the initial arrest, but the complaint, which will be the filing of charges moving forward. Senator Javon James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I just want to quote here from the 4th Amendment, where it speaks to the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be sought and the persons or things to be seized. And this is on www.constitution.congress.gov. And it goes on to say, probable cause is to be determined according to the factual and practical considerations of everyday life on which reasonable and prudent men, not legal technicians, act. And I'm just reminding the people of the Virgin Islands, most of the times when we hear about these issues, we hear about them on the U.S. mainland, where we have racism and classism. And let's not act like we don't know about those things. But here in the Virgin Islands, we saw with pride knowing that most of the individuals serving in this institution and all across government look just like us. And as we speak about a diverse community, we do welcome all to our shores. But everybody has that right guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States of America, in which our founding fathers found it to be wise to put those things in place to protect their citizens and to keep the American dream alive. And what is that American dream? To be able to own your own house, to be able to seek employment, and to have a fair share of the American pie. The cost for auto expungement. If you do the research, data shows that most people living in this world do not even have $1,000 in their savings. $1,000. My friend, my colleagues, testifiers, that is the average cost of rent. And here we are saying a person has no probable cause being found in their situation, and we have a dark cloud over their head for the rest of their lives. It could be any one of us. It could be our daughters, our sons. And I'm happy to know that there's a small percentage of individuals who fall into that category, but is it fair for that small percentage to go through that through their entire life? We know about repeated offenders. Those repeated offenders do get dealt with. The repeated offenders, their records are there because they were found guilty at one point. So we have that data, we have that fingerprint, we have their mugshot. But for a young man who just graduated from high school, found himself in a situation, the case was thrown out because of probable cause. He wants to go up to be the next senator of the U.S. Virgin Islands, or become a governor, or become whatever it is. Get some other job in the military, the United States Air Force, or whatever, and these things are coming up. The amount of time this applicant should be spending talking about their strengths and what they can bring to the table, they have to explain to this person what those charges are, even though the judge said we have found no probable cause. In a form, in a sense, that's a form of double jeopardy when you think about it. And we know there are technicalities in the court system that are beyond our control. But one thing about criminals, they do slip up. But sometimes they think we could do it again. But when we find out probable cause, we will hold them and hold them accountable. But based on the U.S. Constitution, if there's no probable cause, then we're doing injustice to our people in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Injustice to the thousands of individuals who would like to own a home, but they have to wait 4 to 6 months. And thank God for those organizations who are out there. I think the Virgin Islands Justice Initiative.
Yes.
I really want to thank you for what you do in a community where we have people of color living amongst us and who are living in
Time.
poverty and don't even know when they will be able to pay their next rent. I thank you, colleagues, for having an open mind, and I look forward to your support on Bill number 35-0178 and Amendment number 35-553. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. And I believe you, at the appropriate time, is going to offer an amendment to this matter. You want to speak to the amendment?
Sure. Colleagues, if you watch Amendment number 35-553, it seeks to address several changes in the language in the whereas clauses.
Before you proceed, attorneys, do you have a copy of the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. You may proceed. You may
Yes.
proceed, sir.
When you read Amendment 35-553, it speaks to page 1. But if you watch page 1, that is the whereas clause. And as we know, whereas clauses, they do not have any impact. What stands is the enactment clauses. But we found it fitting to fix some of the language there when it comes to how we go about presenting what is a situation with no probable cause. We made sure that we clear up language to make sure that no probable cause was found based off of a decision of the magistrate judge. But on page 2, and if you watch the Amendment 35-553, that is where we amend the enactment clause, which is the most important part of the bill. And we're basically saying that for Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, Chapter 314, Section 372A, instead of having it named auto expungement of criminal records of arrest for which there was no probable cause, we are changing it to say automatic expungement when no probable cause is found. We went on to strike out the word superior, and we just place it as just the court. And it will now read, when the court finds no probable cause, the court shall simultaneously enter an order expunging the arrest record, including fingerprints, mugshots, DNA samples, and any other police or judicial proceeding records of a person. And as you can see, I was reading the bill if it was amended and not in its original form. So the amendment is straightforward. It amends the whereas clause and it amends the enactment clause to make it clear. So when it goes before the judge, there's no misunderstanding or ambiguity. So we can be able to release these individuals from a civil death of having this record follow them for the rest of their lives. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the time to explain Amendment number 35-553.
Thank you. Any alibis? Anyone else? None? All right. We'll take a 2-minute recess, and then we'll come back to dispose this matter and then move to the next bill. 2 minutes.
So we're finished with this one and going on to the next one, or is this a second round?
The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, December 12th, 2023 is back on record. At this time, I'll entertain an amendment to our motion. Senator James, you're recognized for your amendment.
Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer Amendment 35-553 to Bill number 35-0178. Bill number 35-0178 is amended as follows. Section A, on page 1, lines 1 and 2, by striking arrest of an individual without probable cause results in dismissal of the arrest but creates a criminal record, and inserting when an individual is arrested and no probable cause is found, a criminal record remains. 2, line 3, by inserting presently after law. 3, line 4, by striking there was. And 4, line 5, by inserting was found after cause. B, on page 2. 1, line 4, by striking of criminal records of arrest for which there was no probable cause and inserting when no probable cause is found. 2, line 6, by striking superior. 3, lines 6 through 7, by striking dismisses a criminal complaint or an information for lack of probable cause and inserting finds no probable cause. And 4, line 7, by striking orders and inserting an order. I so move.
Second.
Amendment properly moved by Senator James Sr. and second by Senators Bolkes and Johnson. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Senator James, you recognize for your motion.
Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0178 as amended be voted on favorably in the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, and be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration, and act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 314, to add a Section 3732A to allow for the automatic expungement of arrest records upon a finding that the arrest lacked probable cause, and amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 33, Section 881G, Item 9, relating to public records to designate expunged criminal records as confidential records. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator James Sr., second by Senator Bolkes, Senator Johnson, and Senator DeGraff. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on Bill number 30. And during the vote, please, so that I can hear on the remote island, if you could just open the mics of the senators. So I'll restate that the bill was properly moved. That's Bill number 35, that's 0178. Properly moved by Senator Javon E. James Sr., second by Senator Angel Bolkes, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, and Senator Franklin Johnson. Roll call, Madam Clerk, on Bill number 35, that's 0178.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Ray Fonseca absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35 That's 0178, an act amending Title V Virgin Islands Code to allow for the automatic expungement of arrest records upon the finding that the arrest lacked probable cause, and amending Title III Virgin Islands Code relating to public records to designate expunged criminal records as confidential records has been amended and properly voted upon here in this committee and will be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further action. Congratulations, Senator Giovanni James, on the passage, first hurdle of Bill number 35, that's 0178, and you're recognized for a point of personal privilege before we move into Bill number 35, that's 0179.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the point of personal privilege, I just want to say a special thank you to my colleagues, the testifiers, and everyone who participated in this discussion. We are on the right track. And I just want to place it on the record, in no way, shape, or form we are protecting criminals. Because if there was a criminal, we'd have found probable cause, and the judge would have made a decision to deal with that individual accountable. So we're just giving individuals a fair opportunity to be able to take part in economic growth and the forward movement in which we all have sworn to provide to the people of the Virgin Islands a fair opportunity to do their part and to take care of their family and children. Thank you once again, colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Giovanni James. Point of personal privilege, Senator Johnson, you're recognized.
I first of all want to start out saying thanks to the author of this piece of measure. I can see where some folks might not fully understand it, but sometimes these records be left on people's record, and when they go to apply for a job, it's a very difficult thing to get that job. So I definitely support this measure, but I also want to say to the people of this territory, my reasons for not partaking in the remainder of that hearing is when a commissioner gonna come in front of this committee and say that they're not answering questions because of whatever I said, that I stand firmly behind. It's outright disrespect to this body. Totally disrespect. Totally disrespect. When that commissioner came before me, he came in my office more than one time asking for support. But I could say this without any fear. There are 3 members of this body that work in the law enforcement. I've always heard people say, if you don't come through this rank, you're not going to understand this agency and function well. And we have made a mistake by supporting this commissioner who cannot get the job done right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Now we move to Bill. Thank you, testifiers, for your testimony on Bill number 35, that's 0178. Now we'll proceed to Bill number 35-0179, an act amending Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Code relating to gambling violations, and Title 32 of the Virgin Islands Code relating to the Virgin Islands Lottery Commission to strengthen the enforcement tools against illegal gambling and lottery. As we move into this next section, the other testifiers here on St. Croix can come into the well. But I'll ask at this point, who speaks to Bill number 35, that's 0179?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bolkes Jr., Senator at Large, you're recognized for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and honorable colleagues, today I ask for your support of a critical piece of legislation. Bill number 35-0179, proposed by Senator Diane T. Capehart and Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. This bill represents a pivotal step in our collection effort to fortify the enforcement mechanisms against illegal gambling and lottery activities within the Virgin Islands. It is imperative to acknowledge the significant role of the Virgin Islands Lottery and what it plays in our local economy and our territory. Annually, it contributes a substantial financial resource to essential public services, including public schools, pharmaceutical assistance, and the government employee retirement system retirees bonus program. However, the scourge of illegal gambling and lottery schemes severely undermine this revenue stream, depriving our community of crucial funds. In the broader context of the United States, lottery games are a vital source of revenue for state governments. These games, while yielding losses for players, generate funds that are instrumental in supporting infrastructure and public education. In 2021, lotteries across the United States returned 67% of their receipts of prize money, underscoring the commitment to fairness and contribution to the economy. Lotteries, including our Virgin Islands, who have contributed to our people for over 85 years, have long been champions of public service, often directing their contributions to education and the financial support of crucial and often supplemental legislative appropriations. However, illegal lottery operations are a significant barrier preventing us from capturing millions of potential revenues that could immensely benefit our territory. Our territory is currently facing the detrimental impact of illegal gaming activities. These illicit operations not only deprive us of economic growth, but also hamper our ability to provide essential services to our residents. The director of the Virgin Islands Lottery, in a poignant testimony, will highlight the alarming illegal gaming and weapons issues that we are facing. Colleagues, I ask that you support Bill number 35-079. It is a testament to our commitment as a government to collaborate and support our community. I urge each and every one of you to stand in solidarity and support Bill number 35-0179, which aims to amend Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 61, relating to gambling violations, and Title 32 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, relating to the Virgin Islands Lottery Commission, to strengthen the enforcement tools against illegal gambling and lottery. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator at Large Bolkes, for the introduction of that bill. On behalf of yourself and Senator Dan T. Capehart, who is unable to be here with us due to a previous travel, as both her and the vice chair of this committee are visiting some institutions on the U.S. mainland. At this time, the testifiers before us on this matter will start here in the St. Croix district and proceed to St. Thomas. Just identify yourselves by name, title, and agency you represent, please. And on St. Croix, we're gentlemen, we'll start with the lady. You could use the mic directly in front of you.
Good afternoon. I am Julie Smith Todman, Interim Chief Territorial Public Defender of the Office of the Territorial Public Defender.
Thank you. And I like how you defend that name, Office of the Territorial Public Defender. May I proceed, sir?
Ray Martinez, Police Commissioner.
We assume that that's the Virgin Islands Police Department. Thank you. St. Thomas?
And senators present, Jakima D. Richards, Director of Security and Investigations at the Virgin Islands Lottery.
Good afternoon, Raymond Jerome Williams, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Lottery.
Thank you. And Director, the mic that's in front of you, I don't want you to keep moving it too far from you, okay? Just keep it towards you so that we don't mess up the mechanisms in there. But who will, Director, Executive Director, I think you'll start the lead testimony on this?
Certainly.
Okay, you may proceed. You're recognized, and then we'll be followed by attorney for the Office of the Territorial Public Defender. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Kenneth Giddens, Chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, other members of the committee, and all other senators present. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing public, and good afternoon to my lottery family and the greater community of the Virgin Islands. Present with me this afternoon is our Director of Security and Investigations, Ms. Jakima D. Richards. Today is a day that I've been looking forward to for over 4 years. The VI Lottery has a vision. Our goal here today is to empower not only our enforcement team, but our wider law enforcement community. And the only way to achieve this is through your support in passing the amendments contained in Bill number 35-0179. I don't come here with thoughts or dreams that we can solely or singularly make the full impact necessary on our Virgin Islands community. But with the assistance of our law enforcement partners and the supportive amendments to our enforcement laws, we can accomplish major successes. Please allow me to lay out this mission. We currently live in a community where illegal gaming activity is at a cancerous level. The influence and proliferation of illegal gaming, weapons, human trafficking, and a host of other activities are all at an all-time high and crippling our community. We must take our heads out of the sand and recognize if we don't extinguish this cancer as much as humanly possible, not only do we continue to lose our moral fabric, but also our economic foundation here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I've shared in previous testimony before other committees of this August body the amounts of dollars that bleed out of this U.S. Virgin Islands. Just imagine all the good that can come from maintaining and sustaining these revenues locally. The genesis of Bill number 35-0179, a series of amendments to Titles 14, Chapter 61 of the VI Code relating to gaming violations, and Title 32, Chapter 13, governing the VI Lottery, came after careful review amongst legal scholars inside and outside our community, law enforcement, community leaders, and the public as a whole. People are tired of the illegal influence that permeates our community. The bill clarifies definitions in Virgin Islands Criminal Code to make it clear that the playing the numbers game, the sale of out-of-territory lottery tickets, and unauthorized sports betting are all illegal gambling. The bill increases the penalties for illegal gambling and makes those penalties consistent regardless of the type of illegal gambling. For example, previously, the sale of illegal lottery tickets was only punishable by a $200 fine. This bill increased the fine to $1,000, the same as other types of illegal gambling. and increases the potential jail time to make it a felony. The bill also increases the civil forfeiture and fines that are available to law enforcement. The proceeds from these forfeitures and fines will go to the Department of Justice and the lottery to help fund increased enforcement of the Virgin Islands gambling laws. Senators, this is our collective opportunity to increase revenues in the territory by eradicating illegal activity. It is also our opportunity to send a clear message to these actors that we will not sit by idly and allow them to spread their venom. I truly believe this is our opportunity to keep our money local. We have made it our objective to introduce the same games as those currently being offered illegally. But ours are legal, and in some instances, our price points are better. We will continue to educate our community on why legal gaming makes sense by embracing the concept of supporting your own and leaving other people thing alone. I want to thank you, each of you present here today, for giving us this opportunity to make a difference. We stand ready to answer your questions to ensure that we will get these amendments approved. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Director, can I have you repeat that last sentence again?
You want the paragraph or just a sentence?
The one where leave the people thing alone.
Now, very, very truly, I'll read it again. It says, we will continue to educate our community on why legal gaming makes sense by embracing the concept of supporting your own and leaving other people thing alone.
Thank you. I just wanted to be clear. It sounds funny, but it's serious. So thank you for that.
It is.
We'll now move to the Office of the Territorial Public Defender. Attorney Tadman, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Protocol having been established, good afternoon to everyone, especially the listening audience.
I want you not to be nervous, okay? No protocol to be established, but it's okay.
My name is Julie Smith Todman, and I am the Interim Chief Territorial Public Defender of the Office of the Territorial Public Defender. I thank the members and staff of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety of the 35th Legislature for this invitation to testify on proposed Bill number 35-0179, an act amending Virgin Islands Code Title 14, Chapter 61, relating to gambling violations, and Title 32, Virgin Islands Code Chapter 13, relating to the Virgin Islands Lottery Commission to strengthen the enforcement tools against illegal gambling and lottery. I thank Senators Capehart and Bolkes as co-sponsors of the proposed bill for having me present today. The Office of the Territorial Public Defender is established by Title V, Section 3521 et sequentially of the Virgin Islands Code to represent the indigent charged with crimes in court. I appreciate the opportunity to provide you with the position of my office as to the changes promulgated. After considering the amendments promulgated in Bill 35-0179, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender respectfully opposes the contemplated changes. The OTPD opposes the imposition of greater criminal penalties generally, but especially where those penalties disproportionately impact the indigent. The Office of the Territorial Public Defender specifically opposes the proposed increase in penalties contemplated in 14 Virgin Islands Code, Section 1223, from 1 year to 2 years. With the proposed change, the penalty changes from a misdemeanor offense to a felony offense. The OTPD also opposes the proposed increase in penalty contemplated in 14 Virgin Islands Code, Section 1224, subsection D, subsection 2, wherein the incarceration penalty increases from 180 days to 2 years. The proposed penalty increases the offense from being categorized as a misdemeanor to a felony, a 300% increase in the penalty. The OTPD additionally opposes the increase of the incarceration period proposed in 14 Virgin Islands Code, Section 1225, from 180 days, a misdemeanor, to 2 years, a felony. This is literally a 300% increase in penalty. Changing the classification of these offenses from misdemeanors to felonies has a broader impact than just the maximum term of incarceration. School admission, employment, licensing, housing, and government benefits may all be negatively impacted by a felony conviction. It increases the resources required by the court and corrections. Finally, and obviously, there is the impact of longer incarceration. The National Institute of Justice is the research, development, and evaluation agency within the U.S. Department of Justice. According to the NIJ, increasing the severity of punishment does little to deter crime. This approach can be counterproductive. As stated by the NIJ, laws and policies designed to deter crime by focusing mainly on increasing the severity of punishment are ineffective, partly because criminals know little about the sanctions for specific crimes. More severe punishments do not chasten individuals convicted of crimes, and prisons may exacerbate recidivism. Rather than increasing jail terms and fines, the OTPD would suggest the adoption of strategies embracing harm reduction to reduce the time spent gambling and the amount of money that gamblers spend. Harmful gambling is a public health issue. Nearly every U.S. jurisdiction has some manner of legalized gaming, and as gaming has spread, so have the harms of problem gaming. In recent years, new all-time highs have been seen in the dollars spent on gambling. It is estimated that approximately 1% of Americans meet the criteria for severe gambling problems. Gambling disorder is now one of several behavioral addictions recognized in the DSM-5, the widely used reference book by the American Psychological Association, which defines mental health disorders. Multiple studies have shown that gambling addiction is even worse among the poor, with incidence of problem gaming among poor Americans nearly double that of the general population. Individuals with lower incomes on government assistance and without a job are more likely to experience problems as a result of gambling compared to those who are not. Among people living in poverty, motivations for engaging in gambling behaviors often include coping with high levels of distress and financial motives in hope of a better life, which we all wish for. Gambling-related harms include financial harm, relationship difficulties, emotional and psychological distress, and reduced performance at work, among others. A harm reduction model would begin with campaigns about the dangers of gambling. It would encompass a focus on comorbidities, whether drugs, alcohol, nicotine, or other use disorders. It would include the application of industry initiatives, and finally would embrace treatment and therapeutic options. Finally, if penalties are going to be increased and civil forfeiture instituted on these issues, the OTPD believes that those funds would best be directed toward public health agencies that may assist local problem gamblers. None of this is to say that illegal gambling does not present a challenge, whether to the bottom line of legal gambling avenues or to the community at large. However, it is the position of the Office of the Territorial Public Defender that increasing the fines and penalties is just not the best path to addressing these issues. And may I add that I have checked, and I've only seen one arrest in August 2022 enforcing the rules that are presently on the books. So I do not believe, and our office do not believe, that increasing the penalties is the message that we want to send to this community when we are not enforcing the laws that are presently on the books. Thank you.
Thank you, Interim Chief, for your testimony. And while the Virgin Islands Police Department does not have a prepared testimony for this block, he is here for purpose of discussion. Do you have anything to put on the record at this time, or you just await questions?
Mr. Chair, I'll just await the questions.
Okay, thank you. And as for those viewing and listening, you know that there were several entities invited to participate in this section of the block for this bill in particular. The Virgin Islands Lottery, which is here, the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, which is not here, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, who is here, and the Virgin Islands Bar Association, who did not appear either, nor did they submit anything, but they did acknowledge receipt of our invitation. But I want to note that even and this is why I don't read testimonies into the record when entities are not here, because we need to verify certain information. But I must indicate that even with the Department of Justice's testimony that they submit, and colleagues, this will be part of the official file, and you have that. They had some concerns with how the bill is written as well. And one of the areas is what I too was looking at, that the bill really seeks to just increase all penalties, and in increasing all penalties, it just went straight to all the penalties being felonious, no longer anything of misdemeanor types. And what they're actually saying is that there are no classification between misdemeanors and felonies within the bill, which is Bill 35, that's 0179, and that it stops short, again, of clarifying the two explicit categories for illegal gambling, and that is of misdemeanor or felony. And it says that while the proposed legislation creates consistent penalties throughout Title 14, sections 1221 to 1225, the effect of the amendments is that every violation of the statute would be a felony without an option for a lesser included offense. So that gave me a cause for pause as well, but I'll listen to the discussions as we proceed. So in this case, Senator James stepped away. Senator Johnson, are you available for your first line of questioning? If not, we'll proceed to...
Yes, I am.
Okay. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Good afternoon to all.
Good
viewing
afternoon.
and listening audience, and good afternoon to my good commissioner, the Mecca Outer Grove Place. You have came into these chambers and been under fire, but you still come back to answer a question. You're a man, you stand up, you don't duck and hide. And I appreciate that. I want to ask you a question, Commissioner Williams. You spoke about other games. What other games are you referring to in related to illegal gambling?
So currently in the territory, we have games like Palais, Wewe, Tripleta, and Quinella. Those are all games derived out of the Dominican Republic and New York and places like that. Those games are illegal because they're not taxed. They're not part of our code. The Virgin Islands Lottery, through one of our contractors, that being Caribbean Lottery Inc., has came up with the same exact games, but we made them legal so that the same public can continue to enjoy playing those games, but there's tax revenue benefit to the VI government. So that's that example.
You call about 4 games. I only know about 2 of them. Can you run down those games again for me, please? You call about 4 of the illegal games that you're aware of that's in the territory. Can you run them down? Because the last one, I really don't know about it. Go ahead, let me hear you. You called Palais, you called about 4 different games. Can you call those names out again for me, please?
Palais, Wewe, Tripleta, and Quinella.
What is Quinella, may I ask?
It's just the derivation of how the game is played. It depends on how many numbers you play. Tripleta 3, Quinella 4. And it's a series of numbers and how they're aligned and how they're drawn.
Now, my other question to you, how much enforcement do you have, and does the lottery need more enforcement in order to carry out these duties if this piece of measure is passed?
Currently, we just had one enforcement officer retire last month. We've already filled that vacancy. We're in the process of filling yet still another vacancy. In our 2024 FY24 budget, we added another position. We have for St. Croix, we have 1 enforcement officer currently. We're looking to fill the second vacancy in addition to a chief position. On St. Thomas, we had 1 enforcement officer that worked for the VI Lottery that returned recently as well. So we'll have a team of about 5 officers, enforcement officers, a chief, and our director.
And I know you support this strongly, but are you willing to also accept that we should have first offense, second offense, and third offense so that it can gradually increase the penalty versus just changing it one time? Because I think that's some amendments that can be offered.
I'm willing to amend what's before us. And yes, I agree that there's a series of offenses, but I'm no attorney, but I'll say that I think from what I've learned and garnered from other attorneys that 2 things. Number one, I think the Office of the Attorney General has the opportunity to make those determinations, notwithstanding. Number 2, I appreciate everything the Office of the Territorial Public Defender put on the record, which is appropriate. But at the same time, ladies and gentlemen of this August body, we live in a community where the comparisons are being made with other states. The population of the Virgin Islands being just around 85,000 people, as compared to other states where illegal gaming exists as well. It's so far different. It's important that we appreciate that what happens here in this Virgin Islands currently, and until we put something that provides us the teeth to go out and enforce, it generally is a waste of time. And the illegal actors in our community recognize that it's a slap in the wrist. If our enforcement team goes out to do any enforcement. Just recently, they brought in someone. That person, we couldn't do much with that. The person's right back on the street doing the same thing. You can confiscate the equipment, and unless you catch them in an act, there's not much more you can do with that. But by enacting stronger legislation, and that is the point I'm trying to drive home here today. If you have a simple misdemeanor, that doesn't even get a chance to make it to court. So we have multiple responsibilities. Like I said, I agree with most of what the public defender said, and we are willing to meet a happy marriage by having some of this amended. You talk about first time. A first-time offender can be somebody that is bringing in $10,000, $100,000 worth of Puerto Rico lottery ticket. So how do you treat that as an offense? So we got to look at this thing holistically and not just because it's a first-time offense. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Mr. Chair, I know my time has been called. Can I wrap up and ask the Office of the Territorial OTB one question?
Yes, you can.
Good day, OTB. Ma'am, I want to ask you a question, I respect your position strongly when it comes to the position of us enforcing more. But do you understand that gambling is legalized in the territory and legalized gambling, and the lottery is one of those games? You understand that by us not increasing these penalties, we stand a chance of losing some revenues. And I like what you said about some of that revenue going different areas. I think the author of this measure can also include some of that. So what's your position, understanding that there's a lot of other illegal games that are actually causing us to not benefit and reaping some of the money that can go to better use in this community?
Thank you, Senator Johnson. What I took from the testimony that was offered by the commissioner of the lottery was that you're looking to empower your enforcement team and other law enforcement agencies, and that the only way to empower them was to take action by passing this bill. What I've said and what I'm going to say again is that they're not enforcing the present laws that we have on the books. And if we start enforcing those, right, then you can pass a measure to increase, or what you call progressive discipline. At this time, they want to take misdemeanor offenses and make all of them felonious offenses without a progressive path of misdemeanor for first offense, second offense, or third offense for those same illegal games. So what I'm suggesting is that enforce what we already have on the books. If you only had one arrest in 2022, how many have you had in 2023? With all due respect, Senator.
I appreciate what you say, because the gentleman that's sitting next to you can put a team together to take those illegal vehicles off of our street up to today. That's why I say he's a coward, and I remain my position strong and firm. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Point of information, Senator Balkes, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, OTPD made mention of the laws on the books. And I just wanted to make it known that sections of this bill that we're going to amend today were last amended back in 1984 and 1985 with Acts number 4964 and Act number 5049. And we speak about the infractions from first, second, third offense, which I don't have a problem with, but are we really going to let the data from yesteryear drive what we know and understand to be our current environment? These enhancements in this bill are to help regulate the illicit market. It's been almost 40 years since the last amendment to this section. So I believe it's imperative that we do our due diligence here in this body to help enforce what the VI lottery is trying to do, to enforce the illicit market. I've worked on this bill with the executive director, the office of Senator Capehart, since mid-July of this year until now. So definitely your amendments and your suggestions, in my opinion, are good, and I understand them, but at the same time, the law has not been amended in this section since 1984 and 1985, respectively. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are you going to respond? Okay, and I'll see if you're going to say the same thing I'm going to say. Go ahead.
Oh, then, Senator, please.
No, you may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Senator Bolkes Jr., thank you so much. And yes, the last amendment was 40 years ago, but the problem still exists that if you're not enforcing what you presently have on the books, how do you then increase them to felonies? Right? Don't you start by enforcing? And how many arrests were there in 2022, 2021, 2020, 2019? Where are those numbers to say, well, we've had 200 arrests under this? What's the progressive discipline? So yes, although the last amendment was 40 years ago, I do not promulgate laws, but you've asked for my opinion, and I believe that just the one swell swoop and make misdemeanors into felonies is not the right path for our jurisdiction. It affects our indigent, it affects our people. We're talking here of, and we were talked earlier about expungement. And I believe there's been talks about further expungement statutes. Right now, we only have expungements for misdemeanors and very little on felony expungements. So you want to give all of our people felony convictions that they cannot then get expunged? I think we have to take all of that into consideration in looking at this bill as an act. I'm not saying that you cannot promulgate. I'm just saying, where's the where's the progression? Where is the empowerment? Where is the enforcement? Where is it? I have not seen it in the line of work that I've done. I actually had to go back and look at all of the cases that we've had, and I only found one in 2022.
Senator Giddens, can we speak to that? My Director of Investigation and Security, please.
You may, Director.
Good afternoon again.
The mic.
I can hear you.
Wait a minute.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
I can hear you on St. Croix.
Okay, point of information. There have been many instances, whereas from back in 2021 to present day, where the enforcement team has gathered intel, submit this information, and judges, whereas would try to omit the charges, and warrants wouldn't be executed or probable cause not found to present day. And not only that, like we've been making encounters with these individuals that has these digital devices that would laugh in your face and say, well, it's just a misdemeanor, like we'll just pay the fine. So there's no teeth to the enforcement aspect of it, whereas every time we bring forth an arrest with more than enough ample information that they're stating that there's not enough sufficient evidence.
Well, I understand where you're going, but I think what you stated is twofold. And if the courts doesn't find probable cause, even if it was straight to a felony, if there's no probable cause, there's no probable cause, whether it's misdemeanor or a felony. But in the instance where you're saying that people would laugh in your face because the penalty is too low, then we address that in that form. It's the same thing with the traffic citations. I remember days of people telling you with explicit words, hurry up and write the damn ticket because they're only going to cost me $25. And they're cussing and carrying on and whatnot. And sometimes, yes, you want the legislature to hit them hard in the pocket where they will understand themselves. But in this case, what the Office of the Territorial Public Defender is saying is that there's no progression in the bill before us. The Attorney General's office also has a problem with the classifications, which I do too. because of it lacking that explicit clarifying categories of the misdemeanor and felony. Now, if it's a misdemeanor, and just say that the law stated, and I apologize because I can't get connected here and my computer, but if just say that there's a mandatory sentence for a misdemeanor, and the mandatory sentence is 3 months, then by all means increase it up to 6 months or whatever, but under a year, because then that will still classify it as a misdemeanor. But if all the recommendations are to go straight to a felony and there's no adjustment in the classifications, I think that's where we're having the little difference. All the penalties are definitely categorizing it as a felony from the onset. But in the bill itself, it's not showing you that progression nor giving you the categories clarifying whether misdemeanor or felony. But I'll proceed to the next speaker up, which is Senate President Francis. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor for bringing this measure forward as we continue to contemplate the legislation. I want to say that the issue of enforcement has been long deemed to be unenforceable. Hence, the gun-shy or the reluctance of law enforcement to attempt to enforce these measures, because a number of arrests have been made over the years and certainly have been disposed of or just thrown out for lack of enforceability. And it begs the question, you know, where do we go from here in respect to this? We have an issue of, in the neighborhood, about $50 million that's being bled out of this territory. On an annual basis, we have an underground market in regards to this, and either we're going to do something about it or continue to just play brain dead about what's happening here. I think that what we're seeing here is some level of attempt to provide some teeth to the issues, you know, so that we could be able to do some enforcement of this. And what's troubling for me is that while there seems to be some guardrails that's being put forth, I think that in reading the testimony from the Attorney General is that, of course, you know, there is comments that simply increasing the penalties without implementing a plan of action will not deter illegal gaming. That is salient. And I wanted to ask Director Williams, what have been, Executive Director Williams, have there been any discussion with the Attorney General's office in respect to this legislation? I know that there have been talk about legislation for a number of years, but in this recent creation, have there been any discussion with the Attorney General's office?
Thank you, Senator Francis. Over, I'd say, almost the last 2 to 3 years when I took this position initially, we've had some conversations between us. I think that where we fell short is that there should have been probably a collaborative discussion prior to today where we could have probably proffered some amendments. But the fact that this information came forward just last night, you know, it makes it difficult to say, we shouldn't do this, we shouldn't do that, and all that kind of stuff. I stand by the fact that it may seem very mundane, it may seem very harsh, but to your point again, we've got to recognize that what is happening in this community, if we don't have the ability to enforce, drive around here in St. Thomas, drive around in St. Croix, and it is blatant what happens in our community, because the actors, they see you and they're like, yeah, they ain't gonna do nothing, they can't do nothing. You said 50 million, let me change that number for you, more like $80 million that goes out of this territory, okay? And until we recognize as a community at large that we've got to stem this stuff, that money is gonna continue to grow because these people ain't hiding.
So let's get back to the comments, and I believe that that's a good start in regards to at least having a conversation with the Attorney General. That's the person that will be responsible for prosecuting these cases in the first place. So you must have a buy-in from the Attorney General in moving this forward, regardless of what.
Time.
Mr. Chair, if I may just wrap up.
You may proceed.
And another salient point is in regards to the current proposed legislation where the Attorney General referenced the responsibility and the authority of the police commissioner in regards to permitting raffles in good faith. And in this legislation then runs afoul of that authority to be able to allow for raffles for churches, organizations, and nonprofit charities and sporting leagues, you know, to have fundraisers, casino night fundraisers, organized bingo, drawings, sports board games. You know, again, we don't want to hamper their ability for those fundraisers to occur. So have that been taken into consideration as well by you, or perhaps when the bill sponsor speaks to it, have there been any discussion in regards to not running afoul of that legislation or that authority of the police commissioner?
That's directed at me or the police commissioner?
Well, I was asking you because you're the one that that's moving the legislation forward. I don't know that the commissioner have had a chance to read that. I'll come to him at some point, but my question is to you at this time.
Well, I from what is being recommended, the law gives the police commissioner, who's the person in charge of law enforcement here in the territory, the ability to sanction and allow those kind of games. I don't know that what is written here suggests contrarily. I'm not the legal scholar here, so I'll have to yield to the police commissioner and to the attorneys in the House on that matter.
Commissioner Martinez, you have a comment on that?
Certainly do, Senator. With regards to that statement by the Attorney General, again, I think that through an amendment, those things and that authority can be maintained. For the intent of the legislation, as I understand it, that's before us now, is to increase the penalties that we have for those on books. When we look at the amount of, and I don't want it to get lost in translation as well, Senator, the importance of this, simply because of the other illegal actions that are attributed from our intel to illegal gaming, all right? Human trafficking, DTOs, drug trafficking organizations cleaning money through lotteries, okay? Why? Because it's a $200 penalty, okay? Going back to, just for reference, I think the director referenced maybe, I think 60 or $80 million maybe leaving the territory. Back in 2013, we ran an investigation alongside with monies moving from here to Puerto Rico with the Secret Service. One dealer moving monies from St. John back to St. Thomas, going down to Puerto Rico. One dealer was moving $75,000 in cash on a weekly basis. One dealer. Money's coming from as far as Antigua and St. Martin. So when we look at this, and that same dealer had folks that we later on found out were tied in to human trafficking, tied in to drug dealing. So let's not get lost in the fact that, you know, and I agree, I totally agree with Attorney Todman that we need to look at a tier system for the penalties. But in doing so, we also need to take a deep dive into what and how individuals who are bent on moving these types of illegal games forward and what they're tying these illegal games to.
And in conclusion, thank you for that, Commissioner. And in conclusion, I think that this is too important of an issue for us to be moving piecemeal. And in fact, we need to make sure that all of these stakeholders are at the table so that we could have meaningful legislation move forward so that we could address this issue. This is organized crime at its best. And I believe that, you know, just the discussion that's being had here today is on the surface. And, you know, there's some deep-rooted repercussions to occur. Again, I've been in the trenches in this issue in the past, and I think it's very, very much important that we're having all hands on deck and being able to make sure that we have a tight legislation that could definitely muster the ability to be able to go through our court system and be able to parse the scrutiny that's required for this. This is too important of an issue, and I will suggest that, again, we continue to do our due diligence on this work here, but, you know, let's not, I totally agree with you, we can't allow this to be lost in translation, and that, in fact, you know, we need to make sure that we do our homework and get this right, because it has far-reaching implications on this particular measure. I know in the past, what we have done was allow for VIPD to move this legislation that had been deemed unenforceable. We had the lottery office that established their own enforcement arms, and we seem to be just making excuses after excuses in regards to why, you know, these measures can be enforced, and the time has come, you know, for us to bring everybody together and make sure that we're closing all of the loophole, you know, so that we could address this issue holistically and meet the needs of the court to make sure that individuals will be held accountable for their actions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I wholeheartedly agree, especially with your last set of statements, and I might get myself in trouble, but I'll even go a little further to say, even back in the day, if you could remember too, one of the problems was that we were saying this thing wasn't moving. We were spinning wheel, it wasn't moving because people in high places were supporting the same initiative. So, I mean, it was hard for us to do some of these things. But listening to the dialogue back and forth, so according to the statements being made, if these acts are blatantly in violation of the Virgin Islands Code, then that is the responsibility of our law enforcement officers to enforce what's on the law, what's on the books. Now, I used to always say to officers, let's not be the attorneys. It's good for us because the Virgin Islands Code is considered our Bible, so we're guided by that. But let's not be the attorneys. If we see that there is probable cause, meaning elements for an arrest, then you proceed with those elements. I'm not sure what's happening at the courts, why they're dismissing these, but if the courts are actually just throwing out these cases, it gotta be because that it lacks probable cause. And if the elements are not there for the probable cause, then the elements are not there. But to simply just say in this piece of legislation that we're discussing, if we're just saying simply increasing the penalties to all be felonies, that's not going to change the court's mind and their position that it lacks probable cause. So, again, I agree with the Senate President that we're going to all have to come together and be able to come up with a comprehensive measure. But we'll move to Senator Francis Heiliger and then Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You're recognized for your 4 minutes, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of this territory. I do not support this piece of legislation in its current form. I do understand that in the territory, we do have some issues as it relates to other games being played that is somehow interfering with the types of revenues that come into our own lottery system. But I am one of those that looked at the laws, and this is a matter of enforcement. Because the first set of people we lock up for actually 6 months, maybe that would deter people. But what we're seeing here is this stuff is on the books, but our court system is the issue. They're not following through. So for me to sit here and say, I want to turn somebody into a felon when we have not been in a situation where our own enforcement is actually making sure these laws are enforced, that is where the problem lies for me. I could take 180 days and turn it into 24 months, but it's still going to be the same result if nobody's enforcing the law. Is it possible, and I'm going to ask a question, is it possible that the law could be tweaked instead of them going through the channel of having to go to court? If an enforcement officer clearly sees the law is being broken and you have, say, Puerto Rico lottery tickets, why can't they just write a fine right then and there? Can't we just change the law to do that? And when they don't pay the fine, a judge, then you could call them in after. You understand what I'm saying? We could alter it in a way, because if clearly the court isn't working, we have to empower the enforcement officers to activate and act right then and there. Because if going through the court system isn't working, how do you go again to fix it? There are other alternatives. If you're saying that these types of illegal activities are bringing in so much money, have we as a body discussed maybe legalizing them? To see that that's an option to maybe say, hey, we need to get a part of this money that's circulating in the community illegally. That's another option. My job in here as a senator is to figure out how to come up with solutions, not try to lock up people and make them into felons. That's not my job. And my goal is to figure out, because when my colleague talked about this bill hasn't been amended for the last almost 40 years. Prostitution ain't been amended for the same time, and it's $100 fine for them and 180 days. I don't see the same figure with that. And a whole lot of money is being put out of this territory with prostitution as well. So I'm not gonna sit here and sugarcoat one and ignore the other part. I'm about creating solutions. So I'm gonna ask you, is it an option to directly enforce where tickets can be issued when an officer can clearly see? So, because when you confiscate this thing, I now have proof that I ain't lying. Yeah, you did it. So you can't go now and say it didn't happen. I took it from you. So you can't go now and say, hey, why am I paying $1,000 fine? Now I get you red-handed. You have $1,000 to pay. And every time you go, I grab it from you, I hand you another $1,000. Then when you don't pay, judge, this person got $7,000 he pay. Haul him in front of me now. What you gonna say then? The judge can't now say he could toss it out. It actually happened. We have to come up with other solutions in order to resolve this, because clearly what we're doing is not working. So I'm asking you directly, is that an option?
Two things. Definitely an option, yes. To your second point of solutions, I just stated in my testimony that we've created similar games or same games that are legal.
Okay.
So that is a fix.
Okay. So if clearly we're doing some fixes here, it still goes back to enforcement, and clearly the law needs to be tweaked in a way to empower people a little bit better. That's what I'm picking up. Go ahead.
Point of information, Senator, as far as legalizing it, we can't, it's a federal law and it's illegal. We can't legalize anything importing or transporting lottery tickets into another jurisdiction. So the federal law, US 18, I think, if I'm not mistaken, subsection 1301.
I was talking about the games. Okay. I'm saying it could still be illegal, because if somebody has a lottery ticket for another jurisdiction that's against our law, and we empower enforcement officers to write them a ticket right then and then, confiscate it, you done almost halfway there. Correct. A judge can't intervene and say, I tossing this out. Who you tossing out? Correct. I don't give you the fine. I don't confiscate the stuff. And every time I see you, I gonna confiscate them. Right. And when you don't pay me my money, then I'll have a judge haul you in. Because at the end of the day, We have to alter how it's written in the books because how it stands is not working to enforce it.
Right.
That's how I see it today. Okay, so I just wanted to put that on the books, on the record, because I've been listening over and over, and it's like we're hitting our head against the wall. And I clearly see where
Senator,
the
your
money
time
could
has been
go.
called.
If we go to education. Yes? Oh, they said time? Oh,
Yes,
I didn't
Senator.
hear time. I apologize.
Hey,
Thank you so much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. And
I respond.
yes, Police Commissioner Ray Martinez, you may respond.
So, Senator, first of all, to make the first offense or any of the offenses a ticketable offense, it still requires legislation. So we would not be able, from whether it's through the Lottery Commission or even the Virgin Islands Police Department, to change what is now the statute as it now stands and to make it a ticketable offense. Again, that would still require legislation. More importantly, throughout the years, I cannot speak for the past several years as to how many arrests have been made, but I can only speak for those time periods between 2009, I think it was, and up until 2014, when we were working hand in hand, and that's a VIPD, was working hand in hand with the lottery commissioner, lottery officers, and a number of arrests were in fact made, and not one of them in both districts, both St. Thomas and St. Croix, stood the test, and while they were dismissed by the courts at the probable cause hearing, it was not that we did not meet the merits or the elements for the probable cause. The courts in both districts indicated that the statute as it is written was unenforceable to a certain level, and as such, those cases were dismissed.
So I'm back in the chair now, and I'm glad I'm back to hear that. Do we have any documentation from the courts stating such so that we can also look at and have to be able to properly craft the measure that's before us?
Senator, while I wasn't invited or subpoenaed to testify on this bill, I wasn't prepared to answer that question, but I certainly can provide the chair with that.
Okay, yeah. No, I'm just asking because we could get it from you and we could get it from the Attorney General's office as well. And I mean, it would be my recommendation as the chair. I mean, the committee will have to make the decision, but it will be my recommendation as the chair at some point that we hold this matter so that we can have a comprehensive discussion like the Senate President suggested. So at some point, I'm sure that we'll be able to get the documentation, whether from your office or the Attorney General's office.
Senator, Mr. Chair, I have no issues in having my department take the lead on obtaining that information.
Okay, thank you. Senator Francis Heiliger, I know your time was cut, but I think you were saying something, but the commissioner was talking. So you want to finish what you were saying?
Yes, when he had paused, I thought it was a pause, but he continued. So that's why I went back silent. No, I was just stating that everything that I said, I recognize that we have to alter the code because it's not how the code is written right now. So when I was tossing out suggestions, those are suggestions to potentially improve the law because how it's set up right now, it seems like what is being discussed, that it's not enforceable in many aspects, how it's written. So, but this suggestion to start turning people into felons, I am not in support of that. That's what I wanted to share as well.
Thank you. And even if we do that, I mean, just increasing, adjusting the penalties would not correct the language of the code. So we do need to see what it is the court is saying so that we could help our enforcement arm as well. Senate Minority Leader, Dwayne M. DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers.
Good afternoon.
All viewing listener present. You know, I've been listening to all the good information, but the issue I have with here are those games that you mentioned, sports betting?
No.
The bill starts with sports betting.
No.
Now, what is sports betting?
Sports betting
is defined in here.
It's correct. It's defined in the legislation.
So all them games that we're talking about directing at a specific thing that people are doing isn't in this bill.
The bill speaks to games of chance. Those games are games of chance.
Right, but sports betting is particular. Isn't that what do we call them in pony parlors and stuff? Is that sports betting?
I am.
I need to know. I'm not aware.
Well, I can't. I'm not going to define that like that because the law basically we don't have legislation that makes sports betting quote unquote legal.
Right, but we
so
make
that is complete. Sports betting deals with sports,
but we're making it illegal now. So that
this legislation
right
begs to add that.
And that wasn't said during the entire conversation. I've been sitting here. I was the last person to speak. Sports betting was never mentioned. So that's one issue because again, when they say placing and bets or wagers and operation conducting or offering for play, betting or wagering on outcome of any athletic event, sporting event, or similar contest, including single game bets, teaser bets, parlay, over under, money line pools, exchange betting, in-game betting, proposition bets, and straight bets. That in itself, the definition of sports betting is a whole different animal in terms of this to me. That's one entity where I don't support the bill. Because again, sports betting is defined in the bill, but that is so broad that I bet you that the Cowboys beat the Bills next week, I'm in trouble. Then we have, like I say, okay, so the pony parlors, then we have Las Vegas night, another thing put on by schools. Then we have this NFL betting that takes place where they give you a phone number and they tell you call. Would that become sports betting?
You define fantasy sport, number one. Number two, this portion of what is added here gives you a definition for sports betting.
Correct.
So the idea is that if we were to enact this as legislation and becomes legal, we now have a definition for sports betting. So now we can go further in initiating the rules and promulgating policies as to how we will deal with sports betting. The intent of this is not about the sports betting. It's just an additional piece. Right. Our goal here today is to try to get teeth. And I appreciate that. Yeah, we there's work to be done. But everything I've heard here today goes pretty much contrary to what we're trying to accomplish. We're willing to sit with the Attorney General and with whomever else to work through some of this stuff. Like I said, I agree with the Territorial Public Defender that maybe going directly to a felony may seem harsh, but at the same time, we need to recognize that what is happening in our community ain't a joke. And we need to stop pretending and playing like it's a joke and shoving it under the rug.
Okay, do we know who these persons are? If I wrap up, Mr. Chair, we know who these persons are that conduct these illegal gambling. Do we have a list of who they are and we know exactly who they are?
Senator, I really don't, I don't think we can answer that question publicly.
Oh, okay.
But I'll just say that, yes. Let me just say yes.
I won't put you on answer. I didn't know. So in closing, Mr. Chair, like I say, it's one thing to address 3 or 4 names of gambling that was mentioned, but the bill speaks to a whole different animal now when you talk about sports betting. And sports betting, to me, in doing it in a bill like this was never mentioned breeds a little issue to me in terms of we going broad before we even have a control of what we have that we cannot handle. So we're going big now. It seemed to direct it a little towards, in a funny way. But thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff, Minority Leader. Senator Bulkers, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I don't want us to dance around this issue. And I don't want us to have a revolving door discussion on something that is very important, that gives back to our society, our territory, our schools, our pharmaceuticals, our GERS, our Office of Veterans Affairs, and many nonprofit organizations throughout this territory. The VI lottery wants teeth, and they want teeth like a piranha. They need to enforce and regulate the illicit market. The executive director mentioned there are upwards of $80 million. Not that money is everything, but the way that they give back to our territory. That is money that will change lives for our young people, for our veterans, for individuals who may not otherwise have, for nonprofits to operate. The illicit market is raping that money and taking it to God knows where and doing God knows what with it. This bill is not about locking people up. It aims to protect the potential to increase revenue generated by the VI lottery, which is a vital funding source, as I just mentioned. Curbing illicit and illegal gambling activities. The bill increases penalties on illegal gambling of lottery schemes. This would act as a stronger deterrent to these illegal activities, ensuring compliance with the law and safeguarding the interests of legal gambling entities, who also, by the way, give back to this territory. The bill recognizes the connection between illegal gambling and violent crime, by imposing stricter penalties and enforcing measures that aims to reduce crime associated with illegal gambling, therefore, thereby potentially improving the quality of life for Virgin Islands communities. By including sports betting, I know my colleague just mentioned that as a definition of gambling, it acknowledges the modern forms of gambling and ensures that these activities are regulated and contribute to the economy legally. Remember, I just mentioned earlier that this law has not been changed since 1984, 1985. We cannot let yesteryear's environment rule today. There's also an introduction for property forfeiture for those convicted illegal gambling acts, and the option of the Attorney General to improve civil fines of up to $10,000, providing additional tools for law enforcement. This act not only deters that, but also has a recovery of funds for those illegal activities. The proceeds from these forfeitures and fines are able to be apportioned equally to the Virgin Islands Lottery Commission, the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, and of course this allocation provides fiscal support for those entities, enhancing the capacity to law enforcement and to maintain justice. I am not totally against the OTPD. I respect your suggestions. I believe that the other sponsor of the bill and I will get together and we will see what we can do to find out how we can work on that progressive table that you spoke of in order for us to give the bill a more comprehensive bite, right? In addition to assuring that we differentiate between what would be considered still a misdemeanor and then a felony, depending on what type of illicit behavior was conducted, right? So I believe...
Time.
And if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair.
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that we've had a very robust and healthy conversation here today. And again, I want to commend the VI Lottery for taking the time out to bring this very important measure before us and collaborating with Senator Diane Capehart and myself in order for us to work together. And apparently we need to also work with the AG in addition to the police commissioner and OTPD and any other stakeholders that may become relevant in this discussion to have a more comprehensive bill once we bring it again in the committee. So, Mr. Chair, I believe that likely I'll make a motion to hold until we're able to come back and bring the bill forward again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your line of questioning. And again, I want to thank the lottery office and the senators who worked on this matter. But, you know, I was going to reserve my comments for this one, right? But you mentioned two things, and I say I must piggyback on it. You mentioned teeth, and you mentioned bite. So, while the lottery want teeth, there are a lot of people out there want teeth too. And I'm saying that when you want teeth, that means you got something missing. And you have to go to the dentist. And when you go to the dentist, they evaluate your mouth and size your mouth. In this case, this is what we're doing. We're evaluating the measure that's before us. We're seeing some missing parts, and we just need to make sure that we tighten things up a bit, so that when you put these dentures in the mouth, you could get a good bite. So while we're doing these things, Mama used to say, haste makes waste. And in this case, simply increasing the penalties alone and making everything a felony across the board, in my estimation, still ain't addressing the root cause of why we're here, to try to change how the courts is seeing this. Because if the courts are saying that you don't have probable cause and the measures are being thrown out, and I'm saying this absent to the documentation that we will receive from the Virgin Islands Police Department and or the Attorney General's office. If there ain't no probable cause being found, increasing the penalties still ain't gonna find probable cause. So again, we just want to make sure that once we address this, we address it from beginning to end, so that when it goes to court, whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony, that the ground is there to uphold the arrest that was made. So at the appropriate time, I will entertain motion. Motion, Senator Bolkes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 35-0179, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 61 relating to gambling violations, and Title 32 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13 relating to the Virgin Islands Lottery Commission, to strengthen the enforcement tools against illegal gambling and lottery, be held in committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
Second.
Properly moved by Senator Bolkes, second by Senate Minority Leader Dwayne M. DeGraff. Roll call on holding Bill number 35-0179.
Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Giovanni James Sr. Senator Giovanni James Sr. absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Chair, you have, Mr. Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you. Bill number 35, that's 0179, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code relating to gambling violations, and Title 32 Virgin Islands Code relating to the Virgin Islands Lottery Commission will be held in committee at the call of the chair. I want to thank you, Lottery Division, Virgin Islands Police Department, and the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, that is, for your testimony today. Holding the measure in committee does not mean that this will not proceed. It just means that we will do more work on the measure in committee. So this is the first hurdle, and I do foresee the bill sponsors working with the stakeholders so we could move forward and bring this back to committee as soon as possible. I'll allow the 3 entities to give a closeout, starting with the Virgin Islands Police Department, the Office of the Territorial Public Defender, and then the Lottery Division. Commissioner Martinez.
Again, thank you, Senators, for providing me the opportunity to offer testimony in support of this measure. The Virgin Islands Police Department continues to support the revamping of this this lottery bill, this illegal gaming bill. I think it is necessary, simply based from an enforcement standpoint on the other illicit activities that are tied to the fact that we have not been able to enforce the statute to the level that is required. Again, I thank this committee for hearing me out today and giving me the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Chief?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to testify. Thank you for respecting the position of the Office of the Territorial Public Defender and recognizing that just increasing the penalties is not the best solution for what the VI lottery wants to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you. Director of Lottery? Director Williams?
Thank you, Senator Gittens, and all the members of the committee. We are definitely not giving up. We're definitely gonna do the work that's required to come back before this committee with something more palatable, because at the end of the day, the Virgin Islands community is suffering, and until we recognize that we must make that difference, all the things that have been said sounds good, but until that time that we can have legislation that supports our mission, then we're just spinning wheels. But Raymond Williams never gives up. We definitely will be meeting with the bill sponsors, the AG, and everyone else that can lend the input to this. And I hope that when we come back, we can have a favorable response to it. Thank you for the time. Thank you guys for having us here this afternoon.
And again, thank you all. We had a productive day. Earlier, we had an update on the safety and security for our upcoming Christmas Festival activities. And we had the Division of Tourism, we had the Virgin Islands Police Department, and the Department of Public Works. And one thing I just neglected to ask the chief, but the commissioner is still here, is to just, we know that the uniform of especially the VIPD officers have changed. I'm just asking and imploring that we ask the officers to be identifiable when they're out there, properly identifiable, that is, because we've been seeing a number of individuals out there, and we're seeing a firearm, but we're not seeing a badge. and that could pose a problem for the officer's safety and other people as well, just seeing somebody walking around in dark clothing with a firearm exposed. And at the same time, we also received some sad news. You'll see it in the news media coming up. Sadly, we just had this discussion today. We didn't get into what the entertainments and whatnot will be, but one of the top soca artists that that was supposed to be coming here to perform during our festival activities sadly have passed away this morning. It's in the news, so you will see it. And I just want to say condolences to them, condolences to the Division of Festivals, and I hope, you know, that I just wish the family well. I'm not sure if it will affect another artist as well who this individual is engaged to, because it was supposed to be two of them coming, but again, condolences to them. I can't remember his stage name, so, but I was informed of that, and I confirmed with the Division of Festivals, the Deputy Commissioner of Tourism, that it was so, and then subsequently seen it on in the news media. So I want to thank everyone again on that, and ask that we again make sure that we do everything in moderation during this festive holiday season, and just enjoy ourselves. Make sure that we're respectful to each other. Respect goes both ways. So again, let's just have a merry time and make sure we keep it safe. I'm hearing a point of
personal privilege.
Personal privilege, and I'm gonna be straight. We're gonna keep it clean, or we're gonna just end the.
Please, I ask for a point of personal privilege.
I am saying we're gonna keep it clean, or I will just end the hearing at this point. So you recognize for your personal privilege.
I want to start off by saying thanks to the bill sponsor for listening to all the concern that all those who came and testified about this bill has to say within this measure. I also want to say thanks to Commissioner Raymond Williams from the MECA for coming forward and testifying and placing on the record the amount of dollars that are lost by not, increasing these penalties and stuff like that. And I do support the adjustment on the measure. I also want to say thank you to Ms. Julia Smith from the OPD office for her positions. And I really don't have nothing else to say to the coward commissioner that you have in front of you. Thank you very much.
I'm receiving word that the artist name that I was referring to is Ricardo Drew. What's the AKA? AKA Vagabond. Condolences to his family and his untimely passing, and I'm told that Patrice Roberts is his fiance. So again, condolences to the family. Again, thank you all so much for your testimony and involvement today as we continue to work on measures that will affect the lives of those here in the territory. Making it a better quality of life. We know that we have a lot of things to do, but we will do it and move forward. Thank you all so much. Thank you, media. Thank you, staff, my staff, everyone that made today's hearing possible, and colleagues, Senate President, non-committee member who was here with us all day. Thank you. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety for Tuesday, December 12th, 2023 is hereby called adjourned.